is that in the passage, Pontius Pilate also puts it in Hebrew, Latin, and Greek.
So I'm going to hop in here to point out that there's more going on in this translation than this content creator seems aware, and that's going to mislead them. But as is so often the case with content creators who are filming their Bibles, they're highlighting something that has a footnote on it, and they're totally ignoring the footnote. And unfortunately, in this case, the footnote wouldn't really help much because the footnote itself is wrong. So this content creator is filming a page from the Zondervan NASB Study Bible. Here's that page. And we can zoom in on the particular verse, verse 20, the very bottom line. It was written in Hebrew, Latin, and in Greek. And you'll see there's a superscripted 1 to the left of the word Hebrew. That means there's a footnote. And we go down to the footnote, and we see 1920, Hebrew, one of the languages of the Jewish people at that time, along with Hebrew. That seems like a weird thing to say. That's because this note is wrong. That's because this note is something that was borrowed from Zondervan's standard footnotes, and they didn't bother editing it so that it aligned with the NASB translation. And the note that this comes from is more than likely the Zondervan NIV Study Bible. Here's a page that shows our verse, and you can see here, and the sign was written in Aramaic, Latin, and Greek. Doesn't say Hebrew, it says Aramaic. And if we go down to the footnote, 1920, Aramaic, one of the languages of the Jewish people at that time, along with Hebrew. So the footnote text of the NASB Study Bible was just pulled from the text of the NIV Study Bible, and the editor didn't bother to make sure that this lined up with the NASB translation. And more than likely, the NIV translation is correct here, that the word in Greek, Hebrew, is being used to refer to the language of the Hebrews, which at the time was overwhelmingly Aramaic. In other words, when the Greek New Testament says Hebrew, it usually means Aramaic. Now, there are some scholars who disagree with that and are trying to build a case for understanding Hebrew to always refer to Hebrew as a spoken language in the 1st century CE. I don't think they've won an awful lot of support for that. But the point here is that according to the majority of scholars, the sign was not written in Hebrew. The sign was written in Aramaic. And that is going to change things when we get to the payoff of this video. However, here in this particular study Bible, the footnote actually would have just caused more confusion than clarity. It should have said Hebrew, well, the Greek probably refers to Aramaic, but instead, the editors were a bit sloppy.
The Greek can be found here in my interlinear Bible, and the Hebrew I have written here for you. When you take the first letter of each word and put them as an acronym, it actually comes out to Yahweh.
So this is entirely false, and there are two reasons for this. And only the first has to do with the fact that most scholars agree this is probably a reference to Aramaic. And if the title were written in Aramaic, it would read differently. It would not spell out the Tetragrammaton. And one of the main reasons is because the two heys in front of the second and the fourth word in Hebrew that give you 50% of the Tetragrammaton, Yod He, Vav He, are definite articles. And in Hebrew, the definite article is a He, and it goes on the beginning of the word. In Aramaic, the definite article is an Aleph, and it goes on the end of the word. So in Aramaic, you would not have those two Heys. You would have Yod, Nun, Mem, and then either Daled Yod, depending on the dialect, or just another Yod. So it would have absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with the Tetragrammaton. So that's the reason associated with the conclusion that this title were actually written in Aramaic and not Hebrew. But even if you wrote it in Hebrew, it would not spell out the Tetragrammaton, because this has added something to the Hebrew that is definitely not there in the Greek. And that is the Vav at the beginning of the third word. It says Umelech. And that would mean and the king of. But there's no and in the Greek. It just says Jesus the Nazarene, the king of the Jews. It doesn't say and. And so you only get the Vav, the third letter of the Tetragrammaton, if you just arbitrarily add a conjunction into the Hebrew. When you represent it exactly as the Greek reads, it would just be Yod, He, Mem, He. So not the Tetragrammaton. But again, the text is probably wanting you to think that this is written in Aramaic and not in Hebrew.
And interestingly enough, the Latin and the Greek also translate directly into Yahweh.
I have absolutely no idea where this is coming
Was
from,
that?
and particularly the distinction between the W and the V in the third position in the Tetragrammaton. All I can guess is that maybe they imagine...
I don't know if this is working, Graham, but you know what?
Good afternoon or good
I don't care.
evening. I'm Juliane Campfield, the director of Deutsches Haus at NYU. Welcome to our virtual event, Memories, Myths, and Monuments Confronting National Narratives. This is a moderated discussion among Peniel
Background.
Joseph, Sosen Niemann,
Window.
Jürgen Zimmerer,
Wait.
and Atina Grossman, who will moderate. This conversation will reflect on how countries can reckon with racist histories of
It wasn't
colonialism,
even close.
slavery, and white supremacy within their own national narratives, and how these manifest in public spaces. The ongoing efforts to remove Confederate monuments and symbols in the US and to rename streets and remove monuments that commemorate a brutal colonial legacy in Germany demonstrate the important role these symbols play in promoting manipulated historical narratives.
Who is this woman? What in the hell do you got me watching right now? Seems like Suzanne. Oh, nope. New York University. Nope. Who's the girl talking? Okay. Whatever she is, I don't... What the hell do you got me watching right now?
The panel will address which symbols from our past must be or recontextualized and which ought to be removed, and how we might go about building a historical awareness in the public sphere that takes into account historical omissions, distortions, and simplifications that benefit hegemonic narratives. And to be more practical, so to speak, I was just attending an event with Ta-Nehisi Coates last week, and it was really interesting since it talked about some of the same same topics were discussed in that conversation, and he was referring to Griffith's Birth of a Nation, and saying what a real life impact that very problematic movie had. I think it came out in 1915, and that, of course, reminds.
No, it was 1916. Actually, 1916, right? What? Oh my god. I'm fucking retarded.
Reminded me.
Why is this movie important though? Well, because the movie essentially is like about how white men come to the rescue of a white woman who's being assaulted by like criminal, brutal black people. Not kidding. It's fucking weird. There's like blackface in it. It's fucking gnarly. Where is he? Where is he? Where's blackface? Oh. Civil War, blah, 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 blah. And then afterwards you get this guy. Also romanticized the Confederacy. This guy. See? See? He's like, I'm blackface. And how like the black Congress members are gonna somehow reverse racism them. That's what this is. Look at all these black people. White visitors in the galley. Oh my. Yeah. This movie's gnarly, bro. I'm gonna say. This movie's gnarly. The Ku Klux Klan, the organization that saved the South from the anarchy of black rule. That's all you need to know. I'm gonna get ready. Graham, take a shower.
Of how
Okay.
there's so
I'll
many
be back.
many manifestations. We could talk about monuments, artworks, movies that structure in very complicated way our national consciousness and are highly problematic. But in any case, let me extend heartfelt thanks to a bunch of people who made this event possible. I'd like to thank my colleague Sarah Gerner, whom you just saw earlier, who came up with the event idea and who worked tirelessly on making this event possible. I also want to thank our project assistant, Adriana Diaz, and Stella Maya, our intern, for her work on promoting the event. And we are reaching, I think, a substantial amount of people, so their work was very successful. I'd like to thank the DAAD, the German Academic Exchange Service, for their continuous support of our academic programs, and I want to especially thank Michael Tomanek, who's been wonderful helping us at the DAAD. I'd also like to thank our distinguished panelists who found time in these turbulent times to join us. And last but not least, you, the audience, for finding time to be here today. To promote one of our events that's coming up, I'd like to mention a conversation with Sharon Dodua Otu and translators Katie Derbyshire and Patrick Ploshnitsky that will be moderated by Tina Kempt and will address questions about translation and also in some ways national narratives based on Otu's Bachmann-winning short story, Her Garderobe setzt sich hin, and that will take place on September 30th at 2 p.m. if you would like to save the date. Last but not least, if you don't know who we are, Deutsches Haus at NYU is New York's leading institution for culture and language of the German-speaking world, and our work focuses, as many of you know, on fostering transatlantic dialogue and exchange. And should you be interested in taking a German class, you can easily do that at Deutsches Haus at NYU. But now let me introduce our wonderful moderator, Atina Grossman, who will then introduce our three speakers. Atina is professor of history in the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences at the Cooper Union in New York City. Her publications include Jews, Germans, and Allies, Close Encounters in Occupied Germany, Wege in die Fremde, deutsch-jüdische Begegnungsgeschichte zwischen New York, Berlin und Teheran, and Reforming Sex, the German Movement for Birth Control and Abortion Reform. Co-edited volumes on crimes of war, guilt and denial in the 20th century, and after the Nazi racial state, difference and democracy in Germany and Europe, as well as Shelter from the Holocaust, Rethinking Jewish Survival in the Soviet Union, and the JDC at 100. Her current research focuses on remapping survival, Jewish refugees, and lost memories of displacement, trauma, and rescue in the Soviet Union, Iran, and India, as well as the entanglement of family memoir and historical scholarship. We will start the event with short 5-minute opening remarks by our speakers in the following order: Susan Neiman, Jürgen Zimmler, and Peniel Joseph. But first, let me hand things over to Atina. The floor is all yours. Thank you, Atina.
Good afternoon, good evening, and thank you to Sarah and to Juliana for their first introductions. And yes, again, thank you to all of you out there. I see we're getting more participants as we speak, who are taking some time to think about the meaning of the past and how we approach the past at this moment where it seems like the present is so urgently and disturbingly pressing down on us in different ways depending on our location. But I think we all share that sense of crisis and urgency, and perhaps even sort of living through a moment that feels quite unprecedented in our own lifetimes. And I suppose we only have to, sort of think of these three words, perhaps, or terms: election, Trump, Black Lives Matter, pandemic, COVID, to think about the context in which we're having our conversation today about memories, myths, and monuments, and how they confront national narratives. And I think perhaps we will also be speaking about local narratives. So we have three, it's a cliche to say, but it is really the case, three extremely distinguished panelists from the US and Germany and from the transatlantic space that crosses it with us today, all of whom are well known and also very well published. So I'm going to just, as quickly as I can, introduce all three of our panelists so that we can kind of move more seamlessly into conversation once the 5-minute opening statements have concluded. So our first panelist, who will give her statement first, is Susan Neiman, who was born in Atlanta, Georgia. So a child of the South, so to speak, of the American South, who then moved on in a very cosmopolitan life story to study philosophy at Harvard and the Free University in Berlin. She has been a professor of philosophy at Yale and then at Tel Aviv University, and has since the year 2000 been the director of the Einstein Forum, a site of many, many stimulating discussions in Berlin. She is a member of the Berlin-Brandenburg Akademie der Wissenschaft, and among her really major and very provocative and stimulating publications are Evil in Modern Thought, Moral Clarity, a guide for grown-up idealists. I think it's hard to be a grown-up idealist at the moment.
It always was, though, Atina.
What?
It always was.
Right, there's always one, right. And moving on, actually, Why Grow Up? Subversive Thoughts for an Infantile Age. And finally, and perhaps most relevant for our discussion today, Learning from the Germans, Race and the Memory of Evil. Our next speaker, Jürgen Zimmerer, who is coming to us as Susan is as well, I should have said, from Germany. Susan is in Berlin, Jürgen is in Hamburg, is a professor of African history and the head of the research center Hamburg's post-colonial legacy at the University of Hamburg. He was a lecturer in history at the University of Sheffield previously and was the founding director of the Sheffield Center for the Study of Genocide and Mass Violence. He has also served as an editor of the Journal of Genocide and has taught modern African history at multiple universities, Kiel, Essen, and he has multiple publications and edited books and special issues, including the edited volume No Place in the Sun, German Colonial Sites of Memory. That was 2013. And then moving to the question of environmental violence, climate change and genocide, environmental violence in the 21st century, and most recently and forthcoming from Berkhan Press, German Rule over Africans, State Aspirations and the Reality of Power in the German Southwest Africa. And then last but certainly not least, bringing our conversation really close to home, is Professor Peniel Joseph, who is joining us from Austin. Thank you. Who holds a joint professorship appointment at the LBJ School of Public Affairs and the History Department in the College of Liberal Arts at the University of Texas in Austin. He is the founding director of the LBJ School Center for the Study of Race and Democracy. Couldn't be more relevant. And his career focus has been on Black Power studies, encompassing interdisciplinary fields such as Africana studies, law and society, women's and ethnic studies, and political science. He was previously a professor at Tufts, where he also founded a Center for the Study of Race and Democracy. And he's really extremely prolific author. His most recent book, The Sword and the Shield, The Revolutionary Lives of Malcolm X and Martin Luther King Jr. I think we've seen reviews of this. Other books include Waiting Till the Midnight Hour, A Narrative History of Black Power in America, Dark Days, Bright Nights, From Black Power to Barack Obama, and Stokely, A Life. And he's currently, I think, most engaged in thinking and writing about racial justice, historical memory, and public memory in the age of Black Lives Matter. So I think you see what an extraordinary group of people we have to talk with today. So I'm just going to turn it over now to Susan for her introduction. introductory statements. Susan, please.
Thank you, Atina. So I'm in the weird position of having published a book exactly a year ago, which when I began to work on it in 2016 was was thought to be extremely controversial, and now almost seems banal. That is the claim that other countries, and Americans in particular, had something to do with, could learn
Grant.
something.
Grant. Are you still in here? Where are you at, Grant? The NIH, no. Globalized. The USAID getting cut is bad. Very bad. You know how hard it is to actually get some of this funding done? Like, it's fucking hard, bro. It's Mr. Chair. I agree. Graham, whatever the hell you got me watching here, I know you got like some deep cuts going on, you know, like you're a deep cut man, but this is fucking awful. Who is this woman? Who is this? Susan? Holy shit, bro. This is why no one likes academia. Yeah, Susan. Like a fucking 10-minute intro.
Introducing Susan Demon. Last but not least, the greatest genocide of them all, your attention span.
You got do you have an intellectual I could debate today or what? That'd be kind of cool. Yeah, I know. I was just fucking with you. I was listening. It is really difficult to have an attention span on this one because this woman sounds like she's perpetually, you know, trying to clear her.
From the ways in which
women deserve to be made fun
God,
of.
I'm
Come
having
on
a
now.
really. I just have to say,
What else are they
normally
for?
in these Zoom conversations,
What
you
else are
don't
they for?
only have to look at yourself.
The fuck?
So, having done many of these, I'm a little disconcerted. But if this is the way you want it done, this is the way we'll do it. It's just odd to feel as if you're talking to yourself.
Yeah, you're not. I was just following instructions, dare I say.
Yeah, you know, could I request that we at least bring the other panelists and people back?
What'd she say?
It just feels
Okay,
very odd.
I am going to make an executive
How do
decision.
I look up my-
And let's say we will
Bro,
do that. Okay.
YouTube. What's
Thanks
going on
very
here?
much.
And that Jürgen and Peniel, if you want to do that as well.
How do I go to my
Susan,
live?
There they come. They're coming.
Yeah, thank you. Otherwise, you're just talking to yourself in a mirror, and that's
I'm listening,
extremely odd.
but I've got a 5-year-old here too, so I'm going to be off screen because
Oh
I'm
my-
homeschooling too.
Okay.
I've never been so grateful that my children are grown and out of the house as
Guys,
the last 6 months.
I did a
In
thing.
any case, so
I'm multi-streaming. Let's go. Isn't that cool? I'm doing things. Now I have to blast multiple things. I tried to do TikTok, by the way, but TikTok kind of hard. I don't know why. Like, apparently you have to like apply for TikTok's thing or what? Am I stupid? I mean, I was just trying to do it this morning, so it's not like I really put a good amount of good work into it, right? It was just kind of me. Yeah. Let's see here. Do ooh content. What the fuck? Ooh content? What do you mean? Bro. What in the fuck? Bro, I just want to copy the link. You need to buy an account on TikTok? Are you fucking kidding me? That's crazy, bro. What? I have 0. How does that work? What do I do with them? What do I do if I have 0 followers? Because I suck. Fucking. Just watch some e-girls. I'm okay, my man. I will get there the hard way then. I will get there the hard way, bro. Don't you worry. Oh my Lanta. Did this take so long now? Fucking. You can only do. I can only do. Bruh. Fuck. Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. I can't multitask. I'm like, to post this shit's so fucking annoying. God damn, bro. Fucked up. Also, this chat is working, right? Should be. Let me yell something in here. Get good at streaming, little bro. Thank you. It's not updated though. Holy shit, it's not working. We out here. I refreshed it. Oh, well, it's good to know this isn't working. I'll just have to pull up fucking this chat. This dude literally said, I'm pinning this, bro. Let's go. Dude's message is pinned. Let's go. Thank you for the constructive criticism. That's you? Oh. Oh yeah, just tried doing it. Okay, that's your dude. Joined 8 years ago. Oh shit, I'm not gonna do that. Dude, who's my top fans? Get good, little bro. I think you can. Oh, really? Oh. Oh. Doesn't Destiny do it all the time? Oh, he's not on Twitch. Oh. You're right. I'll just do a pop out up top. Yeah. That makes sense. Because they might get upset at you, right? For doing that. Like, no. You have a non-compete clause. You have to give us all All of that. Little do they know, I can't pay attention to either. Get fucked. You guys want to see a solo I did? For a song on my Instagram? Check this out. Okay. Yep. Yeah, I just started right now. That's what I was trying to tell you, Graham. I just started streaming on YouTube. I don't know, you told me I gotta like do it, you know? So I was like, fuck, I gotta do it. Gotta like, yeah. All right, check out this. Might be loud. Shit. I made this last night. Shit's dank. All right. An alternative solo. Also this. Can't merge them into one. I do. A little bit. I did this one. Let's see. Miss Rare. Sick. And then, I mean, this is the solo again. How's it feel like? I probably should just like learn the solo though, right, guys? And just like play the solo that's in the fucking song, but like, who the fuck likes to do that? I like to make my own solos better. No, no, I did not. No. Can this shit like, what is this? Remember your guidelines thing? Can this go away? Is that possible? Is there ever a world in which I can get rid of the timeline thing? That's what I'm seeing here. What is test, test, test? It just stays there the entire time, bruh. I have a main window. I'm gonna make a new one, a new widget. Here we go. Boom. We have display name. How about YouTube? Chat. Transparent. GitHub. Here we go. We have this one, and then we can do different chats. No. No. I don't think of myself that way, man. Just can't. To create a wiki. Here we go. Whoa. Oh, you can't have it in one window? Is that what you said earlier? Globalized, I think. Right? Can't do one window. Who, me? I wouldn't say that, my friend. Would not say that. No, the lucky and privileged part. Custom URL box. Probably what I should do, right? Settings. We'll do a new widget. Display name. YouTube. URL. And then I probably could take. Oh, fuck. Ah, there we go. We out here. It works. Background color 255. Margin, outline width thick. Body background, about a hidden. Let's see. CSS. Actually, wait. This is how I make it transparent, right? Fucking. You suck. Yeah. We out here. We got windows all over the place, dude. We out here fucking windowing. You guys are gonna get the bigger window though, obviously. Because like, I mean, YouTube's not that cool yet, right? Like, who the fuck cares? Oh, I got them both in the same. Yeah, let's go. All right, we Gucci. We Gucci. Look at that. Wait, it's in top chat again. Fucking. Fuck it again. Why the fuck would top chat even be a thing, dude? It's fucking stupid, right? Like. Okay. Back to YouTube. I think that'll work. That should be fine. It looks a little weird with the border, but I'm cool with it. Not a big deal. I ain't tripping. You're tripping. Aw. Video. Aw. Look, it's me. Don't recommend. Get fucked. With a pregnant belly, grand. What are you doing then? Exercise. Go to the gym. Throw weights around. Be an angry person.
Free will. Because in the face of determinism, some interpretations of quantum mechanics, for example, say, no, there's randomness, there's probability built into the fundamentals of reality. Okay, sure, so determinism would be false then, fine. Determinism isn't true. The question I'm interested in is, are you in control? Are you in control of any of the mechanisms which ultimately govern our behaviors? And I think
So why do most
that the answer is no. There are more ways to cash this out too.
What the fuck did
That
you
timer
just
is not
say,
ticking,
bro?
so I have no idea how long I've been speaking, and I have a tendency to
What?
go
Indian
over.
men-
It's not my
What
fault.
is this?
men have pot bellies? So why do most Indian men have pot bellies?
How many gyms are in India?
Now, I have done another video on this previously, but
Cultural perceptions. I had a feeling. I'm pretty sure this has to do more with like India's cultural aspect of like physical activity, right? But you sure it's a particular diet? This looks like cultural perceptions of health in Asian Indian adults. Let's see. Data provides a context for health promotion efforts and underscore a gap in awareness of risk factors, risk for chronic diseases. That's a fucking typo. Among the Asian Indian community, culturally specific interventions targeted at the Asian Indian population, considering their worldview and perceptions of health, will address this important health concern. 20? That's it? This doesn't make any claim. 20? Are you kidding me? 20. Couldn't find any Indian Americans or what? 20 Indian adults, bro. Why'd you even do a mean for this? Standard deviation 9 plus 6. I'm like, dude, what's your range? Anywhere between 5 and 80. Fucking hell. It's probably a multitude of things, Graham. That probably being something. Diet definitely does a large part, right? But I don't know. AI is saying some different stuff. You know what AI says? AI says that because they have no nutrition knowledge and the health benefits of regular exercise and balanced diet, increase in consumption of processed foods, hey, just like America, decrease in physical activity, ancient wisdom, weakest Lithuanian man. How would you even quantify that? Look, man, I love working out, right? But like, I would never want to look like this. You know what I mean? He just looks like a thumb. I know. This guy's really good. I know this guy is. I don't like strongman looks though, to be honest with you. Dude just fucking hurled that down. How much was that? How much did that weigh again? 420-pound log, and he does a fucking clean. Fucking Christ. 420. How do you know this is the strongest man in California though? Oh my god. I've seen this before. I've already seen this video. I bet you can find some idiot in Lithuania who does this as well, okay? Grand, so you can fuck right off. All right.
I can't help it, but I think
yes, you can. People are stupid everywhere. All right. Come on now. Come on now. Come on now. You ain't fooling anyone. All right. You telling me there ain't been a day you walked in that gym and just looked at someone who's like doing something and you just went, what the fuck is that person doing? Because that's just a fucking lie. There's no way, bro. Where you just like can't help but look as you walk by, just like, what in the fuck are you doing? Can you fucking control yourself? Gran, you have the most interesting questions. I guess, yeah. Depends on what kind of game show or reality TV show. If it's like one of those stupid ones that my girlfriend watches, probably not.
Stories from the Bible that have actually been scientifically proven. The
I
last
gave
one
it.
will blow your mind.
All right, let's see it.
Number 1. The destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah was confirmed by a 2021...
I don't know. I'm not going to do that, bro. I'm not going to do that. You know what I mean? I'm not going to do that. This is about all I'll post. All right. That's about all I will post. I'm not really...
study showing evidence of a massive cosmic airburst around 1650 BCE that incinerated an ancient city in the Jordan Valley. Scientists found shocked quartz, melted pottery, and building materials that had been instantly vaporized at temperatures over 3,600 degrees Fahrenheit. The
Dude, I'm fucking Bear Grylls though, mate. I'll teach you how to drink your own pee. Come on now. That'd be awesome. It's the most dangerous place in the fucking universe. One bite and I will die instantaneously. And I'm going to play with its balls. I do a good Bear Grylls impression. Fucking love that guy. I was a Green Beret for 10 years. Australian Trump. Oh man, Bear Grylls, bro. He's just like, that's awesome. Oh,
Ready for this?
These aunts are fucking awful, mate. You ready for this? But they're super nutritious. Good source of protein.
This one has been living in there a very, very long time. I'm not going to need to eat for.
Grant, I've never had a therapist, so that should probably tell you something. The hell would I have a post-discussion when I've never had a pre-discussion?
For a week after this one.
This show's awesome. Huh? Yeah, no, he's done a bunch. He's done Man vs. Wild, and then he did a second one. He did Alone vs. Alone, and he also did Survivor Man too. The later season. He's awesome. He's been in a bunch of stuff. It ain't like winning the lottery when you're homeless, though, Global. It's not really good. They criminalize you if you're homeless. I mean, if you own a home, Globalized, sure. But I unfortunately was born after homes were like pennies, okay? So like, let's just pick a random home. 1.5. Guess how much this home sold for when it was first made? Maybe. But you should be careful for the false equivalence there. Because at the end of the day, can't you just say that like all of your problems pale in comparison to like the young African child who has like a worm in his dick that's making him go blind? I mean, at the end of the day, I guess we're all subservient to that fucking African child. Guess how much this home was when in the 90s when I was born. Just take a guess. I ain't got all day. Don't make me bogos you. What, a different river? Take a guess. Take a guess. Take a guess. Hurry up. It's 1.5 million Globalized. What the fuck? Take a educated guess. Fuck. 0.5 million is cheap. Okay. Here, I'll just show you. In the 90s, it was worth what in the fuck? This person's retarded. I'm sorry. We have to go further than that. 1994, 222,000. That was the year I was born. 222,000. So, since I've been alive, this home has, what the fuck is that? 7 times in value? Like, what the fuck are we talking? I fucking hate. But if you lived in the area I live in, this is not an amazing home, bro. This is a average suburban home. That's the whole problem here. This is an average suburban home. How much are these ones worth now? 2.2. You know how much this home was worth when I was born? I'm not even gonna give you time. 333,000. Holy fucking. This is not a state capital. It's pretty far from one actually, buddy. This area here, Dove Canyon, is very far from any capital. It's probably one of the cheapest, kind of the cheapest area where I live, actually. Almost. Outside of renting apartments, but like, if I showed you anywhere closer to like Laguna Beach, again, I mean, nah, fuck that. Grant, you should know by now, I have an extreme problem with authority. I will never be that person. I'm sorry. So like Kodo, for instance, in here, these are pretty expensive homes. That's what I'm gonna tell you. The pirate ship house is like right here, right? The fuck are you, pirate ship house? I don't know. Around here somewhere. It has like its own pond, so is this the one? There it is, dude, pirate ship house. $7 million Lithuanian home. Well, what is the average home cost in your area, Lithuania? Or globalized? What is the average home cost in your area in Lithuania? You said the Suwalki Gap? Dude. I'm about to fucking wreck you, dude. Motherfucker. $22K? 22. Bro. Fuck, I need to zoom into the Suwalki Gap. This here is one of the most dangerous places in the world. 1 MiG in Russia will invade instantaneously. And I'm about to check its home prices. Punsk. Okay, let's go to Punsk. Oh my god, I cannot spell with me. Well, that's what happened in America too, man. I mean, the problem with like real estate right now is not that institutional investors own Punsk against Poland. Oh shit. Oh shit. Whatever, same thing, right? Like, I'm going this. There are no cities on your side. Punsk was one of the first ones. Dude, what about Kajavara? Kajavara. Kajavara. $81 square meters. 7,000. Is that real? What? Excuse me? Okay. Yeah. Graham, what did you just give me? Look at this Lithuanian real estate. All over Lithuania. Kajavara. Nothing. There's not even a home being sold. That's awesome. Is that? I had to do it that way then, eh? Nothing. Okay. What the? There's literally nothing. I don't know. It's because Globalize is saying that, you know, if you're born in the area I live in, then you should be well off. But unfortunately for me, I was born right around the time that, like, you know, a $2.2 million home was $333,000. So if I was alive maybe 10 years before this, 20 years before this, I probably could have gotten, I don't know, it depends on how stupid I would have been. Moderately stupid, just like I was this time around. But I'll tell you what, this is reasonable even with my stupidity. Nowadays, this is unreasonable unless you're a fucking athlete, unless you're the biggest porn star on the planet, or you're like an institutional investor. And finally, fourth, you are from China and you have cash and you don't want to put cash in China bank. You want to put cash in China and American real estate. I'm coming, baby. That's exactly. So all four of those do not include me. Not even close. And Lithuania is like, we have expensive real estate. Or sorry, Globalize is like, we have expensive real estate in Lithuania. Like, fuck out of here, dude. No, you don't. You got nothing. All right? All right. Here you go. Here's Laguna Beach. This is right next to where I live. $50 million, bro. If you want nice homes, I guess I could show you some Laguna Beach homes. Right? This one's really nice. We almost did photos for this one. Oh my. If it's not 35 mil, I don't care. It's 2.8 euros. Who fucking cares? Chump change. Chump change. Chump change. All right. What am I looking at here? Gironde, Loire et Cher. Okay, so this home here looks expensive because old people like old stuff, but like this home also looks like it would cost a lot of money to make actually somewhat livable. I'm just going to throw that out there. It's like buying a chateau, you know? Like, what the fuck? What is this? You couldn't even pay me to fucking literally. What is that? God, dude. We had no style back then. Blue carpet. Here's your Andy. Holy fuck, these are old, bro. And ugly. It's like driving in San Diego. If you guys know, have you ever been to San Diego in California? Okay. If you drive in San Diego downtown, I swear to God, driving in this fucking place is like an onslaught on your fucking senses. It's just millions of colors, millions of different signs, fucking one-way street signs, fucking no turning signs, red sign, and you're just like, dude, can we please have like a fucking, consistency going on here? Because that's what it looks like to me right now. One sec. It's just fucking ass, bro. I have to get a good photo. This isn't doing justice, bro. It's not the same. None of these photos are going to be bad. Canadian real estate? Oh my God.
Are you frustrated with the high prices of Canadian real estate? Well, prepare to be more frustrated, because this is a new series called Canadian Real Estate versus Private Islands. This is 74 East 37th Avenue in Vancouver, BC. In this photo, taken on a flip phone from...
Okay. The price of a private island, by the way, right? The price of a private island is going to be low because getting to the island will be very hard.
2002.
And a lot of islands are worthless.
You can see what...
Because you're buying the land anyway, right? Like, what? Buying a private island is not that cool.
What the house might look like.
Unless it's like all of Hawaii. Like fucking, Mark Zuckerberg did. One of the smaller islands.
Like if you planted some cartoon...
But just buying a Cayman Island, fucking, you could just get lost and then have your own island if you wanted to. Just cast away yourself.
We also have a picture of the roof. The room where they found Grandma. And something. I don't know what this is a picture of. And you get all this for the low, low price of 4.9.
Yeah, this is fucking Vancouver or Toronto. I'm like, Vancouver or Toronto is just like, fuck, dude.
999.
It's like the same here. That's Vancouver and Toronto are like where I live.
$999 million. And the house is described as...
Why did they put it as a price tag like that, dude? They're trying to do the fucking psychology stuff. You know, when you walk into the Costco and you're like, $5 or $4.99? I don't know.
Very
on a house,
solid and livable.
What are we
However,
doing?
if you don't have that much money to spend, but you are feeling bonita, you can buy Isla Bonita off the coast of Brazil for only a little more than $4.6 million. And by the way, it's actually 2 islands. You get Isla Bonita and Isla Bonitinha, totaling about 20 acres of land. Isla Bonita comes equipped with a main house on the hill with 4 bedrooms, a games room with a ping pong and snooker table, a dining room, a kitchen, and 3 bathrooms. It also has a secondary beach house with 4 guest suites, a dining bedrooms, a games room with about 20 acres of land. It's actually $2.6 million.
Brazil and South America? Well, Grand, I did at one point make somewhat good money, but I'm not sure. When I started making more money, my goal was to start traveling, but that ended up not happening. And then, I don't know, life is unpredictable, man. The other problem in the United States, Grant, is that I want you to understand that moving to the middle of nowhere, there's a reason that the United States has a problem with real estate in destination centers, okay? If there's only a few cities you can go to actually get good jobs. So like if let's just say, Grant, I wanted to go to like Hayes, Kansas. Well, the life I have there will probably be the same as I do here because jobs don't exist here. Okay? So you're going to have the same type of livelihood. That's the problem. Google. Why would you invest in Google now? Here. No. A little late for that, man. Okay? A little late for that. Have you guys ever heard of the principle of the blue chips changing every 10 years? Okay? If you think that a company will stay in the top 10 in the S&P over multiple decades, you are sorely mistaken. Something else will take over. IBM used to be one of the gnarliest fucking blue chip stocks there was. So was GE. Essentially like a whole decade. So I just want you to know, Cypherino, what you're doing right now is something that in finance and investing is something that very experienced investors know not to do. Do you see one company dominating always for decades? I bet Nvidia is going to be okay for another 5-6 years, but Nvidia is a lot of these companies are heavily invested in AI and I think a little too much because I think they should be investing more into quantum computing, but I think the company that makes the first quantum computer that doesn't have like erroneous fucking errors every single fucking second, right? Like most quantum computing has like an error within every 10,000 executions or whatever, right? So they all have their different versions of an AI, of quantum computing that's trying to fix that. But I mean, I think that'll be a lot more important than just the expansive large language models we have right now. They're not really that cool. We've been using them forever. I think the talking back part of it is relatively new and kind of novel that people like. But you definitely don't fall for that that common mistake of thinking that one of these companies will just remain at the top forever. Google has been here for a while, but just because they're the top company right now, or some of the top companies, don't make that mistake. There's a word for this actually, but neural networks. Our AI right now does not do that. I mean, it's just matrixy math, man. Right? So, essentially just really complex matrixy math. I don't know, maybe, I don't know. Right? I think I have it already written down on a whiteboard, so do that. Bruh. No. Where the fuck did I put this? A European castle, for sure. That sounds way more dank. 100%, bro. 100%. Where is the folder with my fucking photos of the whiteboard stuff? I don't want to write this again. Oh, here we go. Matrixy math, buddy. Let's go. This is all it is. This is all AI is. Matrixy math. All right. Oh my god, can we zoom in any fucking further? Not true. Aren't they just large language models? I mean, obviously it's not like the most basic matrixy math, but kind of. Kind of the foundation of it. So, neural network. Is that a mathematical term or is that a marketing term? Because it is like a computer science term, right? Like a machine learning term, right? Yeah. We do have a neural network, yeah. A little bit different in the field of psychology, though. We don't understand consciousness yet, so I don't think we could say that we literally have mapped the brain's exact fucking neural network. Yeah, and it uses matrixy math. This input output. Okay, well, it's based on input output. Predictive modeling. It's probably the backbone of it, right? Polynomial regression. I mean, to do anything stochastic will require that too. Let's see. Let's see if we can find the math for it. The models they make. Fine. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Learning paradigms. We have machine learning is commonly separated into three main learning paradigms. Supervised learning, which is algorithmic input, output, statistical modeling, unsupervised learning, reinforcement learning. Those are all just internal words. And we have statistical distributions or statistical analysis. Markov. Do you know where the Markov is? Do you know where Markov decision process comes from? Do you know where a Markov chain is? A Markov chain is something that is very much present in, you guessed it, linear algebra econometrics. It is just straight up stochastic fucking linear algebra, bro. Matrices math. Stochastic matrices. So I had a feeling it'd be Markov. I mean, it's not just uses math. Okay, it's like when people say AI, right? We think of people think of iRobot, and we've been doing this for a while before these new AI like little models became a little bit more intriguing, right? We've been doing essentially models like this for a while now. The difference is I think the entire system function. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're going to be based off a stochastic Markov model, but Bayesian, actually Bayesian is another, but it's still stochastic, so essentially is not the same as I thought you just said that we can't understand that yet. Let's see what part of this is going to be separate from matrix math, okay? So regression analysis is something that okay, well, that is true, yeah. I know that. But like, how do we have the theory of mind? That one's a little bit harder to answer. Right? But do you know what regression analysis is, right? This top one here. In econometrics, we use regression analysis for literally everything. It's probably one of the most common things that it's essentially all you do. You just try and find different ways of doing that. Yeah, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you on that, but that's the part where we don't cheat. We just don't understand it. Yeah, I know. And we use what to find the desired output? Input, yeah. And then I have to ask, a matrice or like matrix algebra, right? The reason I just brought it up is not because I want to be like a dick, but the whole point of matrix algebra and is the basis of what a neural network is. You're creating neural networks with matrix algebra. That's what we do. That's why I said it's linear algebra. The most basic fundamental thing about it is matrices and the Markov chain. This. Actually, I wrote down the Markov chain pretty recently. Oh my god. Hello. Pretty sure I did. Not mistaken. Oh yeah, should be here. Where are you, Markov chain? Yeah, I mean, I don't think we're disagreeing, right? It's not that. I think what we're disagreeing on is that it's not that impressive yet, right? Like, it's really not that impressive yet. Okay. I think quantum computing, like I said earlier, is probably the main thing that would make this explode, right? I think we can probably both agree on that, right? I think quantum computing will be that moment where we're like, oh fuck, we really aren't prepared for this. That's my hill I'm gonna die on. Bro, why do I have so many of these fucking things? Blah. Incomplete market models, that's not it. Savings problem, blah, 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 blah. Markov. This is a finite Markov chain right here. So this is a stochastic Markov chain. Why can't it create new theories? What? I thought AI was already doing that, bro. Wasn't AI already making new theories? Yeah, I know. Quick. They have to train the parameters of it, not the output. That's not true. How to make new from old, from in. Okay. Here, let's say we have A. Let's say we have, assume we have inputs A, right? And then, oops, I'm gonna subscript this. Boom, 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 boom. Are you fucking kidding me? And then an infinity symbol. I don't fucking have an infinity symbol. All right, so let's say we have inputs A, okay, subscript infinity, right? And we'll just put as a set of all real numbers. So it'll look like, it will look like where the fuck? You know what I'm talking about though, right? A set of all real numbers. And we'll set it to potentiality of infinity, right? It'll look like essentially something like this. Yeah? Well, just hang him there for a second, okay? Hang in there for a second. So we have this, okay? we have A is an infinite amount of numbers. I probably should put something other than infinite there, right there. That's fine. And then all real numbers are a set of bounds, infinite, negative infinity to infinity, right? Let's just assume that's what we're going to put into our inputs. Right? Are you okay with that? Where we'd have to say that A here, or R, is like that and like this. I thought I had latex in here, but the fuck. Right? Do you know what this all means? Move forward. Well, I just want to show you that you can get outputs if it's boundless, right? So if we have all of these machine learning models reinforcing with new information, then technically it's an infinite set of real numbers, real solutions, right? So if I asked you right now, could the machine learning system create new information if it had an infinite range of numbers to choose from? Like, let's say you put in, at the moment, we'll just subscript this to a bound, okay? This, and then do n, right? Useful output. That's a different word. Why'd you put the word useful there now? Probably unlikely, yeah. How do we know that, by the way? For certain. Doesn't it have reinforcement learning? Figure out what? Just general relativity or useful output? Confused. Oh my god, you motherfucker. Machine learning already does that, so I'm not really sure what you're trying to say. You said the word useful output now, which is a little weird. Well, with quantum computing, right? That's why I keep bringing it up. With quantum computing, wouldn't the enormous amount of data be just like essentially unbounded as what we're used to, right? That's kind of the main reason I brought that up. Because quantum computing is very much going to break a lot of stuff if it gets. I don't think our brain knows what a good or bad output is, man. If it did, we wouldn't have things like schizophrenia, don't you think? Or a lot of other fucked up shit. I think that's a little bit too much of a axiomatic take right there, where you're just like, you think that math and science can actually solve these things. Quantum could absolutely help with computation. Yeah, absolutely. Yes, it could. Which is the most important part of using an AI model properly, because it needs to essentially calculate as fast as possible, right? And as time has gone on, we've gotten better at creating the architecture in which it can do that, the neural networks, and then using different functionality of matrixy math. It's not that it's quantum magic. No, it's not quantum magic. I mean, it uses, qubits. It's kind of like the quantum entanglement thing, in physics is pretty much the main thing in quantum computing. It has, again, the ability to instantly become, not a binary, right? It can be both, and then it has a entanglement to it. So that means you should probably be careful saying that the brain is good or bad output then, because that's also magic, man. I was gonna put this book in here. I just got a book for language learning, so I might as well read it. I have a real analysis one, but machine learning. Google. 3 hours. Motherfucker, what? Hurry up. What is this? Holy sight. What is going on right now? Dude, my new best friend. You're gone. You're gone. Yeah. This is real analysis, by the way, so this is way above my mathematical skill. That's all I'm gonna say. Real analysis is fucking difficult. I never took this course yet. I have, I think, some textbooks on it though, but yeah, here it is. I have a seminar, I think, in real analysis. That's about it. And then logic, which is way above my capability as well. Absolutely above. And then this is a seminar on real analysis here. Very fun stuff. Although it looks like shit. Why does it look like this? Bayesian, Bayesian statistical inference, stochastic, non-parametric density estimation, bivariate, multivariate distribution functions, central limit theorem, time series analysis, regressions, linear models. Yeah. Yeah. It's like integral to this, man. I just want making sure. I'm like, machine learning is essentially just linear algebra on steroids. Mentioned a lot in this book. It's all matrixy math, man. You. I was trying to chase it, bro. Couldn't do it. Yep. This might be smart. Extracting knowledge from data, where knowledge means a quantitative summary of data behavior, and data essentially means the result of measurements. Let us start with a simple case of scalar quantity, x that is measured n times, and use the notation x for the number of times. Single measurement with this equaling 1 to n, we will use x of this single measurement to refer to the set of all n measurements. In statistics, the data x are viewed as realizations of random variable x, are functions on the sample space, or the set of all outcomes of an experiment. X is a real number, but it can also take discrete values, like I put here. Missing data can sometimes be found in real-life data sets by using some other fucking mathematics. Possibly the most single important problem in data mining is how to estimate the distribution. So just statistics. I guess that would be the most fundamental thing now I think about it. Statistical analysis, and then matrixy afterwards. So this is an integration of a distribution function, right? And this essentially finds a area that's bounded to this distribution function that's worthwhile to listen to. That's what it does. You know, like an integration essentially is trying to find an area, right? Right, you're trying to find an area on the Rothschild. I don't know. I don't know. Should I have one? I hate them. No. To be honest, I actually don't think about them much. So yeah, this is what integration does. I don't know why. I don't know if anyone's taken mathematics and got to Calc 2, where they teach you what an integral is or what antiderivatives are. I don't know why they don't teach this to make it like simpler, but what an integral does is it finds the area of a bound in a function, right? So this is clearly saying a boundless, integral of this function derivative inside. And h of x is going to be the probability density function, right? So it's essentially trying to find the meaningful information underneath the function here. To distinguish the true hx, the population PDF, from a data-derived estimate, we shall call the latter f of x and its cumulative counterpart capital F of x. Hereafter, we will assume for convenience that both h and f are properly normalized probability distribution functions, or density functions, sorry. And it's not something you can normally do, but he's just going to do it for this to make it not so annoying to look at. Given that data sets are never infinitely large, true, but we bound them that way, can never be exactly equal to h of x, because you can't have it be infinite, right? So in this little scenario here, we have negative infinity to x, and then we have the second one being boundless. So there's always going to be a slight amount of information that's not useful, like he said earlier, our friend. The Gaussian, okay, fine. Basic, standard deviation. Pretty cool example they're using. Some of these quantities may not be statistically independent. Okay. When there is more than one dimension, stochastic, confounding variables. Analysis can get complicated and is prone to pitfalls. When there are many dimensions, analysis is always complicated. If the sample size is measured in hundreds of millions, even the most battle-tested algorithms and tools can become too slow. Whoa, it gives you more books to read from? This is a cool book. Fuck yeah. Sick as fuck. Basic cataloging, getting the data. Shit I don't care about and don't know how to do. But scatter plots. And then I'm assuming it moves on to sets and linear. Yep. Sure. I'm down. Yeah, that's what it does too. All right, where's Casey? How come you just asked me what my opinion on the Rothschilds are? Is that like a thing? What's going on with the Rothschilds? Where'd he go? Blah. Hello, my friend. with his eye. Cornholio. It's Nazi. Nationalism fetish. Is he live right now? Oh, he's offline. Did he talk to anyone today? He did not. Rip. I've never seen fetish. This is a cool book. I'm not gonna lie. Glad I just went and got that.
Catastrophic explosion devastated over 500 square kilometers, leaving the region uninhabitable for centuries, matching the biblical account of fire and brimstone raining from the sky.
Yeah, so this one's just not true. This is that 2021 paper that was published in Scientific Reports entitled A Tunguska-Sized Airburst Destroyed Tal el Hammam, a Middle Bronze Age city in the Jordan Valley near the Dead Sea. This is where the case was made for this airburst occurring over this city around 1650 BCE, creating the conditions that are compared to Sodom and Gomorrah. Now, we're going to get to the prominent statement plastered over the front of this paper in just a moment, but first, immediately after this was published, a bunch of people with expertise in relevant fields began to object to this article, including scientists who were cited in the article. But before any of those objections were published, the authors of the original paper had to publish a correction because it had been pointed out that they had altered the majority of not only the photographs they were using in the article, but even some of the charts and graphs. So they had to publish a correction and change dozens of photographs and charts and graphs. And then shortly after that, you had experts Stephen Jarrett and R. Scott Harris publish an objection to the article in a feature called Matters Arising in Scientific Reports, saying, no, this evidence is not adequate to support the conclusions. And then the authors had to publish another correction where they said that they had misrepresented the research of Dr. Mark Boslow and had to alter the claims that they were making based on his research. Then Dr. Boslow and Andy Bruno published their own Matters Arising response where they criticized the findings of that original paper. And after all of that, in April of this year, so a full 4 years later, the journal retracted the article. And I want to read what they say here. The editors have retracted this article. Following publication of this article, concerns have been raised by Jarrett and Harris about errors in methodology,
mood lighting,
analyses, and interpretation of the mineralogical and geochemical data in the article. In addition, Boslow and Bruno show that comparisons between the Tal el Hammam site and the Tunguska event are not adequately substantiated as a result of errors propagated from the original sources that overestimated the temperature, wind speeds, and impact of the air blast at Tunguska. Therefore, the claims that an airburst event destroyed the Middle Bronze Age city of Tal el Hammam appear to not be sufficiently supported by the data in the article.
Sorry, Grant, that one was
concerns,
boring.
The editors no longer have confidence that the conclusions presented are reliable. And then you have a list of a bunch of names.
Also,
Now,
the Confederate Monument
primary
thing's not really
author
that
of the
cool.
original article, Ted Bunch, had passed
be honest with
away
you.
since the publication of this
Really
article.
dumb
But
topic.
all the other names are all
Because-
the other authors of this article. And after listing the names,
I
the
think it's a really
editors say
simple
that
one.
they did not respond to the editor's correspondence about the retraction. So that is why when you look up this article, you see retracted article plastered over the front of this. These findings are unreliable. So no, science has not demonstrated that this is accurate. And even if all of these findings were accurate, it wouldn't actually.
You have another video? I'll watch another one. Oh my god. I got my hand. My hand fucking hurts. What's wrong with me? Probably can't play that fast.
Cuba, a country plagued by economic crisis.
Not enough food, medicine, or fuel.
No freedom of press or freedom of speech.
The largest protest since Fidel Castro.
Okay. This is very grand. Okay. Can we, before I watch some of this, can we point out a few things that already are concerning? I have to. I just can't. I don't know who this guy is, but no, it's just the nature of this video's title and everything, man. It's just like, you want to get like, you know, if you want to get information that's not just going to waste your time, then I don't know. This is not it. You don't see an issue with, like, if you want to understand Cuba, right? Which, by the way, I'm pretty sure Cuba right now is not doing that well. Right? So the title here, right? Failed state. The intro so far has been extremely loaded. No. I don't really watch stuff to try and, you already know. I don't watch stuff for that reason. I just have to point out that we're not going to get a really good understanding of Cuba from this video, are we?
Castro's revolution swept Cuba.
Hundreds have been arrested.
Healthcare shortages.
We're short on creams, ointments, and antibiotics.
Petrol and gas crisis.
Petrol shortages in Cuba became so severe, queues at the petrol pumps stretched for several city blocks.
Collapsing infrastructure.
Building in Havana's historic district collapsed at midnight Tuesday, leaving at least 2 people dead.
The disintegrating buildings of Cuba's once magnificent capital.
A country stuck in time for decades. Sanctions choking the economy.
We will not lift sanctions on the Cuban regime.
Biden has authorized sanctions against communist Cuban officials.
Since the Cuban Revolution in the 19...
We have had an embargo since, like, I don't think it's ever ended. So I'm not really sure what that was supposed to mean.
Cuba's once magnificent,
leaving at least 2 people dead.
The disintegrating buildings of Cuba's once magnificent capital.
A country stuck in time for decades. Sanctions choking the economy.
We will not lift sanctions on the Cuban regime.
Biden has...
You mean the embargo? It's never been lifted.
Authorized sanctions against communist Cuban officials.
Since the Cuban Revolution in the 1950s, fueled by hope for a better future, headed by Fidel Castro.
Darnos por vencidos. Renunciar a la revolución. Renunciar al socialismo.
What would that be about?
Dictator.
Now in 2025,
Human rights, what?
Things aren't looking as people hoped for. Follow me on this journey as we time travel to Cuba.
200 pesos.
A ver, la más diferencia que
Welcome to Cuba, Havana, the capital city here. Today we're going to be exploring Havana, some of the more undiscovered parts, see some of the highlights, going to have a general explore around the city. Very interesting, very unique, nothing like I've really ever seen before.
Only entity which can stop embargo is communist regime by agreeing to U.S. terms. What does that mean? What does that even mean? You have to explain yourself on that one, Grant. I need you to explain yourself on that one. Suck right now. Tariffs ended? We don't have tariffs on them. We have an embargo. We have countervailance, which is nothing. It's not a lot. It's been like that forever. It's a little bit extreme in my opinion, but it's fine. Not really that big of a deal. Right. Sorry. That's awesome. It's fucking very distracting. Quit it. Sorry, Graham. I. Let me.
For us, so let's go explore.
Sorry, Grant. Wait.
The scene before,
Graham,
so
perfect
let's go
opportunity.
explore. So we met a guy called Tato, and he's invited us into one of these old,
I saw it. Turn that music on.
dilapidated buildings all over Havana. There's these old, collapsing buildings. Super dangerous.
Alrighty.
I'm sorry. I
Good
gotta watch
afternoon,
this.
everybody, and happy Monday. Let's get to it, and we'll begin with a few scheduling announcements today. President Trump will be hosting the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney tomorrow for a working meeting here at the White House. On Thursday, the president will host his 8th cabinet meeting alongside his incredible team. Also on Thursday afternoon, President Trump will host the president of Finland, Alexander Stubb, for a working meeting here at the White House. The
Jesus.
president also wanted me to
Yeah,
relay
that guy
his
gets bigger.
congratulations to Japan for electing their next prime minister, a highly respected person who also happens to be the first female to hold the position for our great ally. While President Trump continues to negotiate peace deals, meets with world leaders, and celebrates the 250th birthday of our United States
How you doing, bud?
Navy, as you saw he and the First Lady do just yesterday, Democrats, unfortunately, are continuing to play political games. And we are now in day 6 of the Democrat federal government shutdown. Millions of American federal workers are under enormous financial stress as a result, wondering how they will pay their bills and take care of their families. If the Democrats do not vote to open the government tonight, federal workers will not receive their next full paycheck. Additionally, the special supplemental nutrition program for women, infants, and children will run out of federal money very soon. This program provides vouchers to buy infant formula, fresh fruits and vegetables, and other healthy foods for low-income families. It can
This sounds like fucking tax dollars, bro.
be easily fully funded if Democrats simply vote tonight to
Don't you fucking not care about that anyway? Wait, hold on. What?
reopen the government.
Yeah, but Cuba content's old and doesn't affect me.
Also, our incredible military service members who risk their lives to preserve and defend our country are now working without pay and will miss their next paychecks if
Okay. Tell the Republicans to show up to Congress then, you fucking stupid bitch.
this Democrat shutdown does not end tonight. The Republican-backed clean and nonpartisan funding bill fully funds
I know, it's it's a problem, Grand. Also, clean? What do you mean clean?
this important food aid program, gets our troops paid, and reopens the government. So all of this begs the question, what is the Democrat ongoing shutdown truly about?
The Epstein files, actually.
The sad
Because they refused. Did they swear in? What's her name yet? Grijalda? Did Grijalda get sworn in yet? Fuck her name? Did she get fucking sworn in yet? She's not. They didn't fucking sign her in yet. Literally 2 hours ago. Dude, they will not fucking swear her in. Are you kidding me? They're just going to keep pushing it back?
2 weeks after winning a special election decisively in Arizona's 7th congressional district, Democratic Congresswoman-elect Adelita Grijalva
Dude, this is literally because they do not want to have the Epstein files get forced to the floor. What are they going to do? They can't do this forever.
Silva still hasn't been sworn into office. House Speaker Mike Johnson's office.
She's supposed to be in today. Fucking hilarious, bro. No fucking way. We don't have the official capacity. He fucking canceled the votes this week. Meanwhile, fucking budget Barbie is over here.
The truth, we believe, is that
The sad truth is you literally don't want to swear this woman in so she can vote as the 218th vote for the Epstein files forced bill. Wow. What the fuck is going on in my country, dude? What is happening?
Democrats intentionally shut down the government and are inflicting this pain on American citizens to try and demand free health care for illegal aliens. Of course, this is an indefensible and truly radical policy to be in favor of, let alone to use as the primary reason to shut down the United States government. So the Democrats and their allies are desperately lying about their true motivations. We have to set the record straight with the facts so the American people understand what's really at play here. House
full term.
Republicans passed a clean and nonpartisan funding bill to keep the government open and ensure our troops and other hardworking Americans are paid. Every single House Democrat except one voted against this clean and nonpartisan funding bill. Senate Republicans have subsequently tried to pass this same clean funding bill 4 separate times, and they will do so again tonight. To fully pass it to be sent to the president's desk for signature, and the president is ready to sign this bill to reopen the government as soon as it is sent to his desk. Yet every single Senate Democrat except 3 have voted against this clean and nonpartisan funding bill. The Democrats' current position.
What do you mean conspiracy theorist? It's literally obvious, bro. I honestly, I wish it wasn't around Jeffrey Epstein, but like, they will not swear her in because she's the final vote to push forward the fucking Epstein bill. What? How does that even make sense?
I'm always an outsider. I'm born in America.
Oh, it's Scaramucci.
For 93 years, I've been an American, but I always feel it. I always look at.
This guy is a unit of measurement. Yeah, literally. They are. They're shutting down the government because of Jeffrey Epstein, bro. I'm not. That's not a joke. They literally. He just canceled every vote for the fucking. How is it conspiratorial if it's literally right here, bro? What are you talking about? What more do you need? Here. Bro. Straight up. He did this like a few days ago. Fucking dork. You fucking dork. Wow, there's like no. I know Scaramucci's interview. There's like no videos of this really. Why? What the fuck is going on here? What in the world? It was on Friday, I thought.
Yes, back row. Yes, sir.
Why not call it back in the session?
Dude.
Yes, back row. Yes, sir.
Why not call the House back into session? Because with respect to what you said at the start about the importance of passing funding bills, there are still not.
Dude, they literally will not go back into session because that woman is the 218th vote for the Epstein files. So he's refusing to bring the House back into session.
Yeah, well, we remember we've passed them through the House committee. They're out of committee, and we'll get them on the floor. And the appropriators have been working, and they are working as we speak, on trying to figure out which packages of bills we can move to the floor next. And there's
The Epstein ones definitely can't, dude.
some really good discussion that's been had. I myself have spoken to Democrat appropriators on the other side about these things and our commitments to move that and do it. I'll tell you, I mean, this is not some sort of confidential thing. I had I think, a fruitful discussion with Senator Patty Murray about 2 days ago, a day or so ago. And I told her it is my full intention that if we break this impasse and we put these bills together, we have 3 of them in conference committee right now. Whatever the conference committee comes up with, I will.
No, I'm not going to say it.
Put on the floor. I'm ready to go. But we've got to open government up so that they can move to that next level, so that conference committee can get that work done. That is small d democracy at its best. You get R's and D's, everybody in the room.
No, I was going to say some Epstein related.
And they hash
I
it
was
out,
like,
and whatever that
good.
final product is,
Can't do that.
we will move through the process. So we need to reopen government to do that. Yes, sir.
Yeah, but if y'all could just like get rid of those Epstein files, the Epstein vote, we could get the ball rolling pretty fast. You know what I mean? Like, why the fuck are those even here anyway? Like, come on, can we tell Grijalva or whatever the fuck her name is to just like, come on, no Epstein files, no Epstein files. Sorry, they literally are just keeping the government shut down because of Epstein files. I'm fucking losing my mind.
Is that the only way the American government can reopen is if illegal aliens can get free health care. Don't take my word for it, just look at what's inside of the Democrats' proposal to reopen the government.
Medicare is something that the Democrats want to shut the government down over, yes. Medicaid, I mean. I am a Danish. I'm like Hitler's dream child. I am a Danish, blue-haired, blonde, tall, white guy, okay? But how do these...
Their funding proposal would result in nearly $200 billion spent on healthcare for illegal aliens and other non-citizens over the next decade. To put this in perspective, $200 billion is enough money to fund the entire children's health insurance program, which provides health insurance to low-income children and women. Under the Democrats' proposal, the millions of illegal aliens who improperly were granted asylum and paroled under the Biden administration would once again be allowed to receive Medicaid benefits. It does not end there. The Democrat proposal would also require Medicaid to pay more for emergency care provided to illegal aliens than it does for American patients who are
For what?
disabled,
No, it doesn't.
elderly, or children.
No, it doesn't.
When someone shows you who they are, believe them.
Unless you think this means like children born, you know, because childcare born, like bearing costs are pretty fucking expensive. Is Fox News bad? It's obviously not like a good way to find your like truth. That's for sure. Like it still reports on the news, right? But what you should not do is just watch a Fox News video and go, wow, I'm soaking up all of the information like it's a fucking textbook, right?
The Democrat Party has unfortunately closed our government, costing Americans their jobs.
Wow, thank you, Fox News. Look at this wonderful graphic they got. What is it for? Like, whenever you see a Fox News graphic, you know, like, if you take that literally, then you're doing it wrong. Or is it? You know, one like this?
Roski, who now
Would-be Kavanaugh assassin sentenced to 8 years. Okay. DOJ vows to appeal sentence for would-be assassin. Okay. Sentence doesn't reflect horrific facts. Schmidt. That's actually all that's in my dream, actually. Judge says suspect being trans influenced sentence. Wow. So for this one in particular, if we just took Fox News at its word right now, we'd be doing it wrong. All I'm going to say.
Health concerns and his concern of gender dysphoria was given as a literal get out of jail free card here.
Yeah, I highly doubt that.
That's not how our system should work, and it's going to
Well, it doesn't. So.
create a lot of bad incentives for.
Who is this woman? Judicial Crisis Network. Let's just look up her really fast. Carrie Severino. What the fuck is her name? Severino? I don't know. She is someone who works for the Federalist Society. Nice. And then this thing. Okay. It's a 501c4. Very nice. Oh man, these people have a long way to go. It's Jewish? Is she Jewish? Oh god. Oh god, they're taking over. What is the 85 fund? Leonard Leo, but isn't Leonard Leo a fucking weirdo? Doesn't he fuck like Kristi Noem? Didn't Trump literally just fucking blast this dude on Truth Social not that long ago too? People have no values. Okay, where is it? Where's that Truth Social post? It was this one, right? Dude, Leonard Leo. What the fuck did he say? Oh my. Trump. Come on. Did he take it down? Bruh. You're joking. Anyways. Trump attacked Leonard Leo pretty recently. Horrible fucking font, by the way, on this, but whatever. Got it.
For people claiming gender dysphoria in the future, if they think that's going to get them off of prison, this sets.
You kind of need to be diagnosed with that to get gender dysphoria, though. So, I don't know how this would work. What, are you just going to walk into the courtroom and then the judge goes, so why'd you do it? And you go, because I'm a man now? Or like, because I'm a girl now? He's going to go, fuck yeah, you are. Reduce sentence. Like,
that's
what?
a bad example in a time of.
It is a bad example. It's also one that's fucking made up.
Rising political violence. There's not the deterrence that there needs to be from all sides in our society. Democratic lawmakers who haven't said enough on all of these issues we've been talking about, right?
You mean the ones that happen inside your head? It would be pretty hard to talk about those issues, right? Because they do happen inside your fucking head, you fucking moron.
Right? All the way down, judges absolutely need to be holding that line so people understand political violence is out of line.
Douglas, exactly perfectly said. If deterrence indeed, which it is the major message we're sending, then what message did it send? Since the very next day, a guy rolled up to the Supreme Court with a Molotov cocktail.
Absolutely. It goes back to what we were saying in the previous segment. That the
Well, might as well just go look at it directly because that's how you should do these things, right? Not the same case. If only these people would fucking post the goddamn case. Nicholas Roske. Sentencing document. PDF. Yep, it's fucking impossible to get now. Document cloud. Here we go. Oh man, these people have a very nice. Oh man, these people have a long way to go. It's Jewish? Is she Jewish? Oh god. Oh god, they're taking over. I'm not gonna become famous. Come on, guys. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna happen. I got a lot worse skills in my closet. Anyways, so where is the point? Can I just like, I'm searching. Gender dysphoria. Let's see where that pops up, yeah? Nothing. What the fuck? Oh my. Bro. Fox is out here with this, and then I don't even see the words transgender whatsoever in the fucking entire court document. Mental illness? Maybe. Where does it say this? While the defendant has mental health issues, those issues do not detract from the gravity of the defendant's crime. The defendant researched and targeted multiple members of the judiciary. The defendant's crime is one in a long line of escalation of threats against the judiciary. Where the fuck is the judge saying you're trans? Hey, reduce sentence. Boom, motherfucker. Like, that's what this fucking entire
normalization of violence in this country has got to stop. The incitement to violence, the encouragement of violence, everyone always talks about dialing down the rhetoric. But if you keep describing Supreme Court justices, the president, mainstream political figures as Nazis, fascists, white supremacists, and all the rest of it, then you will get crazy people who will take a shot at these elected and unelected representatives. And of course you have to have the strongest possible deterrent in a society for this. 8 years for somebody who is trying to murder a Supreme Court justice? What kind of deterrence is that to anyone else who would like?
It looks like he just planned to do it, right? Meanwhile, literal fucking child rapist in the White House right now. Yeah, it's fine. Block the vote. Block the Epstein vote.
Now we can destroy this old lady. La 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 la. What? Thank you for saving us. Now we can destroy this old lady. La 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 la.
What do you want him to get, life? He didn't kill anyone. I mean, he apparently sucks at doing the killing. What is the evidence? This person didn't actually try yet, or, participate in trying to kill yet. So like, what do you want him to get? Fucking like life?
Like to take a shot. And I mean, I'm already, by the way, I happened to see one of the, I was at an event with one of the Supreme Court justices the other week. I was amazed by the amount of security they already have around them. And again, it goes back to this thing.
Yeah, I wonder whose fault that is.
They've done nothing wrong.
Meanwhile, also ironic because, you know, Trump's out here doing like a whole campaign of like the exact opposite. What the fuck are we, what are we doing? What are we doing? Does this guy not subscribe to Trump? Not that like there needs to be a whataboutism here, because the fact of the matter is, no. This is, look at it. This is literally what's normalized it.
We of America rely. I was amazed
have this
by
on
the
the
amount
side.
of security they already have around them. And again, it goes back to this thing. They've done nothing wrong. The we of America relies on the branch of the Supreme Court. And if members of the Supreme Court can have shots taken at them, plots against them with minimal sentence,
or presidents literally targeting them in the most unhinged, insane way possible to millions of people, which probability says at least a few of them will be fucking psychotic fucking morons who will try and kill them. If only Douglas Murray had the capacity to understand these things.
sentencing as a result, of course that's going to be an incentive to other maniacs like this person who...
Like this? What do you think this guy is doing? He's probably like moved houses already.
By the way, this whole I'm of a different gender thing, this is absolute, what I would call hogwash.
It is hogwash, because I read the report. I don't see it anywhere in here. So it is kind of hogwash.
And let's dive in, Kaylee, to that exact point of the legality. Because at the end of the day, the judiciary has to uphold the laws. They can't just not like a certain executive order or a certain law and decide not to.
Okay. Someone came in earlier and was like, is Fox News credible? And I was like, yeah, give them a chance. You know, they can still report the news. Meanwhile, Tommy Lauren, budget Tommy Lauren, okay? Is this Tommy Lauren? It looks like Tommy Lauren. It might just be budget Tommy Lauren. I don't fucking know anymore. The point is, what the fuck did she just say?
What I would call hogwash.
And let's dive in, Kaylee, to that exact point of the legality. Because at the end of the day, the judiciary has to uphold the laws. They can't just not like a certain executive order or a certain law and decide not to then honor it. So for the judge to bring in her personal opinion, and by the way, I need to make this point, that she is prioritizing the rights of that attempted murderer over all of those biologically female incarcerated individuals.
Think deep. You got this.
Individuals that statistically have shown the assault.
Where are you going?
The pregnancies. Why do we have contraception in all female prisons? It goes on. So clearly.
I don't even know what she just said. What did she just say? She lost the plot, dude. Wait a minute.
Not to then honor it. So for the judge to bring in her personal opinion, and by the way, I need to make this point, that
this personal opinion, the one that I'm reading, that's like the defendant has a long mental health history that doesn't actually say anything about gender dysphoria in specific, is on psychiatric medication, clearly is not well, and is never mentioned once that gender dysphoria is the main reason that the sentencing is taken this way. Wow.
That she is prioritizing the rights of that attempted murderer over all of those biologically female incarcerated individuals that statistically have shown the assaults, the pregnancies. Why do we have contraception in all female prisons? It goes on. So clearly in her back.
I don't even know what she just said, bro. She just fucking like morphed, shape-shifted. What the fuck was the end of that sentence?
Balancing test, she prioritizes that attempted murderer, but she also inserts her politics into a decision.
Again, maybe you should... Do they have a mailbox? I could send the conclusion to them. What do you think? What's her name? Budget Tommy Lauren? Is that her fucking social media? Dude, Budget... Or is it Budget Tommy Lauren on Fox? Do you think I'll be able to find her? Fuck. Of course, I'm just going to be able to find fucking Tommy Lauren. How do I send this to you?
This is absolutely...
I mean... No. Because how would I know? More reliable. Oh, God.
Understand it. It's not complicated.
2,200 American servicemen killed at Pearl Harbor. We go on to kill 3.5 million Japanese, including 100,000 in one night. 2,800 Americans in 9/11. We go on to kill 400,000 people in Afghanistan and Iraq. We weren't accused of genocide. You had, if...
It's because genocide has a very specific definition. So, doesn't really work here.
If Mexico had elected a jihadist cartel to run their country and then
they haven't,
and they incurred into Texas and on a per capita basis killed 35,000 people of the population of the University of Texas, and on the way back took the freshman class at SMU hostage and hid them under tunnels. What
this is not a correct metaphor.
What would we do? It'd be the great Sonora radioactive parking lot. But Jews are not allowed, and Israel is not allowed to prosecute a war. And they are prosecuting a war more humanely than we have done. The ratio of combatants to civilians.
Huh? Really, Scott? Hello, how you doing, man? I just fundamentally, to this day, people really still don't understand that this is not a normal government on government war. There's a reason people differentiate Palestinians from Hamas. But when America invaded Iraq, do we say something like the Marines only? Or like insert fucking subset of not Americans? We say America invaded fucking Iraq, okay? There's a reason that this is not the same thing. This is an insurgency. In a way, the Palestinians are living under like two regimes. Hamas kills them if they dissent. Israel fucking occupies the surrounding area. Hamas is not the government that represents Palestine, though. Hamas is not representative of Palestine, of the Palestinians in Gaza. No, they didn't. What are you talking about? You really think they elected Hamas in 2006? Yeah, I'm aware. Do you know what group they kicked out to do that? What group did they kick out? Kraken, what group did Hamas kick out? What place did they take place of? The PLO. Correct. Do you know that Hamas kills Palestinians who don't concur with them? Are you aware of that? Okay, so if that's the case, yeah, that one's kind of obvious, yeah. That's their best option. Then why are you differentiating them? Why not just call them all Palestinians? Why are you, in this very second right now, in your own sentence, differentiating them? Why are you demarcating? Is there a reason for that? Egypt doesn't want Palestinians. They already had a terrorist problem before, radicalized ISIS members in 2016 with Sinai, and they don't want that. I mean, that's not really an argument or engagement with what I'm saying. That's just you continuing to type. Oh, all Palestinians celebrated 9/11? Do you know some Americans celebrated 9/11? Cool, dude. Sometimes it rains. Thank you. You know, sometimes the sun rises and sometimes the sun goes and sets. I don't know. All of them? All of them have guns? Damn. Fuck. So which one was it? Was it the Jews or was it the fucking Palestinians? How did the Palestinians manage to do that? That's crazy. Kraken. My man, you don't need to keep typing. You don't even know your own history of this anyway. I mean, it's just Hamas is a terrorist organization. That's the fact. So I'm not really sure what you're trying to say here now. It's weird because you keep demarcating from civilians and Hamas. And you keep demarcating from Hamas and Palestinians in general. So it seems like you already agree with me. Right? I mean, I haven't really figured that out yet. Kraken is kind of just yapping instead of trying to tell me his opinion. Palestinian support for Hamas is not real. Because if you go into Palestine, okay, and then you try and take a survey, Bogos, if you try and ask people, hey, do you like Hamas in front of Hamas? What do you think people are going to say? Have you thought about that, Bogos? Are you fucking kidding me? And if it's online, and if your information gets accidentally leaked, then you'd have to live in the fear of Hamas knowing your name that you said you don't support Hamas. And I don't know if you'd want to do that either. So, like, have fun trying to fucking survey me right now. Okay, dude? You've got to be kidding me. No, Palestinian support for Hamas is out of fear. Okay, that's literally why it is so high. It's out of fear. Hamas steals their aid, rules over them with the threat of death, and sells back the aid to them. Palestinians probably would, if we had the ultimate ability right now to Thanos snap our fingers and be like, hey, Palestinians, do you want the PLO back, or like, do you want to get rid of the Hamas guys? All you have to do is, rub the lamp. You'd be out of your fucking mind if you think that most Palestinians wouldn't be like, yeah, please get them the fuck out of here. What does the local support? Okay, so the Taliban. Okay, let's take another insurgency group. All right, the Taliban controls Afghanistan right now. Right? Globalized? Correct? Right? I'll do this fast, okay? Okay. If the Taliban went into Pakistan and started shooting people, would we say Afghanistan invaded Pakistan, or would we say the Taliban invaded Pakistan? Which one? And this has historically already been... the answer's been historically given already, so... The Taliban's quickly becoming more of a government day by day, though, but... ISIS is a problem worldwide. Every ISIS-K member is a threat to the Muslim and Arabic and Persian states. And all of them hate ISIS. But globalize. Yes. You're correct. Yeah. So is Russia an insurgency? Is the government of Russia an insurgency? Because the Taliban aren't an insurgency. They're a terrorist organization, insurgency. There's a difference. Why do you think, like, the Wagner Group is a better example of what this type of entity is, this belligerent? If the Wagner Group invaded Chechnya, which they did, we wouldn't say Russia did. We would say the Wagner Group did. I'm not refusing to realize that a few Palestinian people probably see it as a valid resistance movement because guess what, Grand? A few Palestinian people become members of Hamas. So for that to even happen, what you just said would have to be true. For fucking obviously. Like, what? I don't need to talk to West Bank people. My fucking... I've already told you. Some of my best childhood friends, one of them no longer here, are Jewish. I've had these conversations long before this recent October 7th fucking issue happened. Okay? And so globalize. Do we say the Taliban invaded Pakistan, or do we say the Afghanis invaded Pakistan? If hypothetically the Taliban invaded Pakistan right now, or at least started conflicts on the outskirts. Which one do we say? And why do we say it that way? When it was Russia-Ukraine, exactly. When it was Russia-Ukraine, we say Russia attacked Ukraine. We don't have this weird subconscious demarcation between the Afghani people and the Taliban. Because the Russians are represented by a standing military and a government, which is not the same for the Taliban. The Taliban may reach that point, but for the sake of what we're talking about right now, you know what I'm talking about. This is why people would say the Taliban attacked Pakistan. Okay, well then it's irrelevant what you told me to go fucking talk to some fucking Jews in the West Bank then. Have fun. The Taliban is an insurgency that is operating as a government. But I'm asking you, do we say the Afghani people, Afghanistan attacked Pakistan, or would we say Taliban attacked Pakistan? Which one? There is a very important reason why people subconsciously demarcate this, okay? Which one do you say? Because the Taliban started off as an insurgency. A government doesn't mean anything mystical, man. Okay? That's not actually what defines this right now, okay? Government is not going to be like the fucking simple definition of an organization of people who like enact law. I mean, authoritarian governments are governments, okay? Because the Taliban is an insurgency that does not represent the Afghani people. That's it. That's it. And you know what? The U.S. knew this a long time ago. If your revolution wins, you are the government now. That doesn't mean you're representative of the people. What? That doesn't mean you represent the people. The people consented to it. Oh my God. Did they or did they not? Wasn't the French Revolution a masterful, like completely consensual and like, you know, magical moment for the people? Does a government have, I think, to murder them indiscriminately, globalize? I think that would have to be the case, right? Huh? Right? The Russian Revolution did represent the Bolsheviks. It was a populist movement, globalized. So, not sure. You mean when Stalin took over? The USSR was a conglomeration of multiple different countries. Now, let me ask you something. Okay? Is that an insurgency? This is very important, man. Sure. But would you call it an insurgency? As in, the entire world already gave you this answer as well. We called the USSR the Soviets, right? With the consent of the people, because it was a populist movement. So, I mean, if you're asking me right now, I don't really consent to my own government globalized, but that doesn't mean that I'm not represented by America. If America invaded a country right now, we would say America invaded this country. We wouldn't say, you know, Hamas invaded this country. Why do people make the demarcation? Think about it. Why do we demarcate Palestinians and Hamas? Why don't we just call them all Palestinians? Don't even call them Hamas. Or don't call them Palestinians, only call them Hamas. That's even more of a reason to call them all Hamas, actually. But why don't we do that? To delegitimize the government. What's funny, globalize, is that the people who want to do that the most, globalize, to delegitimize the government, right? The people who are the most gung-ho, crazy, anti-Palestinian fucking weirdos will literally demarcate it. They will actually say Hamas versus Palestinians. So you think Palestinian, why are you saying essentially? Why not just say Palestinians are Hamas? Why are we still saying a like fucking connecting word there that says essentially? What does that mean? Why don't you just want to say Palestinians are Hamas? Well, let me put it this way. Americans are American. Okay. We don't do any differentiation there. Why? Okay. There you go. Do you think Hamas doesn't qualify as this? But the tactical definition here, I didn't think would fit, but it does. The key descriptive feature of an insurgency is its asymmetric nature, small irregular forces against a regular militia state adversary, regular militia. Do you understand what that means? As in, like, has a standing army. Here's another one. The IRA. Well, we wouldn't kill Afghani civilians indiscriminately, right? If the Taliban did do that. Correct? If the Taliban did attack somewhere right now, do you think we would say, let's just kill all the Afghani citizens? They're basically the Taliban. What would you say to that? That's why I said the Taliban are quickly on their way to becoming a government. But I don't think they're representative yet of the people of Afghanistan. Well, it's not that you can just kill civilians indiscriminately, okay? Because that is a war crime. But, for instance, if they're not even a part of that government, okay? And when I say this, like, let's just bring up the IRA. Maybe I can give you another example. Do you remember what the IRA is? The Irish Republican Army? You remember this, right? Didn't it actually have control over Ireland at one point? Yeah? Because they have a standing army. It's a state, standing army, and militia. I don't even want to engage with whatever you just said there. The NRA, globalized. The NRA had control over, I'm pretty sure, the government of this certain part of Ireland for a while, right? Is that not true? Yeah. Which years were it? Correct? You can agree with me? Yeah? Yes. Come on. Well, why have you not told me then that the people of Afghanistan are just the Taliban now? Why have you not just told me that? What part of you says that that's not accurate or true? No, I'm asking you. Why don't you just tell me that the Afghani people are just the Taliban now? Right? America are Americans. Israel invaded Gaza. Israel is made up of Israelites. Yes, in that circumstance, yes, it is different. In fact, America, when we go to war, what do we say about the invasion of Iraq? How do we describe this? Do we say the Senate invaded Iraq? What do we say? I mean, Israel did invade Gaza after Hamas did a terrorist attack, yeah. What's wrong about that? The Taliban is quickly becoming more of a government, and maybe in due time we might actually say that they're representative. But yeah, you're not answering. You won't answer me. Why not? Come on, Globalize. Why don't you just tell me that you think the Afghani people are just the Taliban now? I know you know what I'm talking about. I can tell now because you just refuse to say it. I know it is technically the government. It is still an insurgency group, though, as it's known throughout the world. And we don't believe yet that it's representative of the Afghani people, do we? No one actually believes that the Taliban represents them. But they are represented by the Saudi government. They are. They are the Saudis. Yes, they are. Or else you would be calling the Afghanis the Taliban, wouldn't you? It's subtle, but it does mean a lot. When the U.S. invaded Iraq, in shock and awe, we killed a lot of civilians. Doesn't matter if it's a monarchy. Doesn't matter. Kraken or something like that. No one voted for Hamas either, dude. You're retarded. Cannot fucking believe that shit. There's no fucking way you actually think a vote happened inside of Gaza when Hamas literally just murdered the PLO in the streets when they were fleeing. You're fucking out of your mind, bro. Did Hamas have the fucking ballots ready, bro? They had them printed as they shot the PLO? Dude. Bro, they had the Hamas ballots ready or what? You know, these guys. Fucking hilarious, bro. Holy fuck, I'm dead. Okay, I'm glad we had a civics lesson, Globalized. What I'm asking you now is, do you think it's okay to kill Afghani citizens on behalf of an invasion or attack by the Taliban? I already agree with you. But it doesn't even matter if you denote it as a government because no one thinks the Taliban represents the Afghanis yet. Hamas is more legit than the Saudi royal family. I mean, not true. Not true. That is just not true. I mean, citizens that are part of the government, the standing army, you know, have like an actual representation in it, right? Whether it's North Korea or not, all right, are different than an insurgency. Oh my God. Because if you are killing people that aren't even a part of the country or the group whatsoever, like not even a part of the same fucking country, right? That's a problem. For instance, the US, when we tried to kill Taliban operatives in the Afghanistan government, or sorry, in Afghanistan, all right? I think I've shown you this before, but you're going to have to. Technically, civilians make up the army and the country's government and the country's everything. So, yeah. But you know what it's not okay to do ever, like literally ever, is to kill people that aren't even a part of the group that you are fighting. What do you mean? What? Killing civilians is a war crime. So, if you want me to just blatantly say that, obviously. Being elected does not make you a legitimate representation. You are correct. This is correct. So the U.S. When the U.S. was fighting the Taliban in 2011 under search and destroy, okay? The U.S. was fighting a group that hid among civilians, acted as if they were civilians, okay? And if you don't pick up the gun, if you're not understanding what I'm saying for some reason, and like, no, we didn't. You are retarded. Bogos, you probably should look up those numbers. Search and destroy had extremely strict rules of engagement. We were not allowed to shoot Afghani civilians. We had to be shot at. We lost special forces operatives all the time because of the strict rules of engagement. I don't give a fuck what clip you send. I already know the numbers, okay? I know the civilian casualties. Because this is a very easy and like good point, in my opinion, is that the U.S. No, that's the whole point, Globalize, is that these people, Palestinians, are not part of Hamas. That's not a genocide by definition. And then we were at war with a standing army. We were at war with a standing army. How is this so hard to understand? Correct. Now in Japan, the Japanese army was made up of the Japanese. In Palestine's case, this small group of people who are radicalized, who are Palestinian but are not, it's not inverse. You can't just say Palestinians are all Hamas. Palestinians aren't fighting at all. So I guess it sounds retarded. Standing army does make a difference. Makes a big difference. Especially when you're going to war. No, you can't. You're correct. Standing army does make a big difference. You have more of a responsibility now. An even heightened responsibility to not indiscriminately kill people if you are fighting something that is not a representative standing army state. If it's not an actual war that you're fighting, then you have a heightened responsibility to not kill civilians. Hamas has always been an insurgency. They've always been an insurgency. Oh, yeah? So, by your definition again. You remember your definition? So, could you tell me what Palestinians had control over in Gaza? Do you remember? No, it means you have a heightened responsibility to not apply those rules. That's what it means, Bogos. It means you have to take even more care when you're fighting to not kill civilians. It's the exact opposite. Hamas did not have control over Gaza. You're just wrong. Israel had control over the imports, had control over the energy, had control over the water, had control over the ports, had control over the air, had control over the food, and had control over the construction and job creation. What the fuck are you talking about? No, they don't. No, they do not. You're fucking hilarious, bro. Israel watches everything that goes into Gaza. You're fucking retarded, bro. There's no... Israel lets that in, dude. They know. They know. Israel controls the amount of cement that goes into Gaza, or did. Yeah, because Israel didn't have troops inside of Gaza. But if you think that just because you don't have a fucking officer in the jail cell itself, but you have a jail cell, doesn't mean there's no jail cell. What? They were smuggled through the non-Israel side most of the time. Dennis. The border between Gaza and Palestine, or Gaza and Egypt, is where a lot of that generally came in, or the Jordanian border would go through the West Bank. Look, man, I'm not like against Israel. You guys know that, right? Like, Jesus fucking Christ. It's just, I think you need to you guys need to understand that, like, when you are fighting something that is not representative, it's not a real war, you're fighting an insurgency, which Hamas still is. I'm sorry, still is. It's not representative whatsoever, and it's not fucking a standing army. It has nothing to do, it's no government fucking whatsoever. With the Taliban, they might become one in the future. Yeah, I'm on the side of Hamas, for sure, dude. No, I never said Hamas is not a target. What I am saying is that Israel has a heightened responsibility because of this dynamic to not kill Palestinians. That's the truth. I don't know what that means. That doesn't have any bearing on the demarcation between how we think Palestinians are not Hamas. I mean, there is a little bit of something that isn't logical in there, right? Right? But that's why people make this demarcation, because they don't think it's actually a real war. They don't qualify it in their head. That's the point. Because no one does think that. Sure, but when Russia invades Ukraine, we say Russia invaded Ukraine, don't we? We don't demarcate it whatsoever. We say Russia invaded Ukraine. That's what we say. That's how we feel, and that's how we know. Even if it is ruled by Putin. If Lithuania attacked Belarus, even though it's a puppet governor or whatever, right? We would say Lithuania attacked Belarus. And do you feel that way, or do you say Russians? Actually, you bring up a funny point. this is happening in the inverse to Russia right now in a way, because what you're saying there is that over time, now a lot of people think that the Russian government is not representative of the Russian people. And now they're starting to demarcate the very Kremlin versus Russian people. Why do you think that is? So you're one of those people. Whoa. Wait a minute. Now, Russia is still invading Ukraine. But if this is true, Kremlin has not always been demarcated. We're insane. This is definitely a contemporary thing. Very recent. As Putin becomes more corrupt, the demarcation happens. But I'm pointing out that the demarcation in and of itself right now, the Kremlin versus Russia, doesn't represent the people, right? No one thinks that the United States government is demarcated from the United States citizens and its actions. That is just false. That is just fucking blatantly wrong. And I am very against my government right now. I mean, you were a part of the USSR, so the sentiment probably was domestically within your community, right? That would make sense. But let me put it this way then, Globalize. If the West invaded the USSR when Lithuania was a part of the USSR, and we had the feeling that Lithuania was not actually the same way you do, let's say the West had that same feeling, we would probably say it isn't okay to indiscriminately kill Lithuanians. Right? As in, if the West opinion of Lithuania was that it wasn't actually a part of the Kremlin, as in the way that you guys personally felt, we would say it's not okay at all, and they have a heightened responsibility, the West in this case, to not kill Lithuanians. Right? You didn't answer my question. That's not answering my question. You would agree with that, right? If the West had that same opinion. Okay. So right now, the world has that opinion. They don't see Palestinians as Hamas, and there's an obvious reason why. So there's a heightened responsibility from Israel to not have a ratio that's similar to wartime. Correct? They have a responsibility, a moral obligation, in my opinion. Whether it's relativistic or objective, I don't care. Point is, the whole world has that opinion, Globalized. And so do the Palestinians, just like you, as a Lithuanian who thinks the Kremlin doesn't represent you. Now imagine if the West had that opinion and then decided to kill you like you were still the Kremlin, even though they had the opinion that you weren't. That's wrong. You have a heightened responsibility to not do that. I didn't say Globalize is an innocent victim in this scenario where he, as a Lithuanian citizen in person, doesn't feel like the Kremlin represents him. I'm not sure why you brought that up. Also, this might be a good time to bring this up, but do you guys know who the prime minister was from 2009 to 2021? Take any guesses? Any guesses? There's a lot more than that, probably. Of Israel. From 2009 to 2021. As well as he was the defense minister, as well as the prime minister in 98 and 99. But he was also defense minister, I think, before that. So what I want to kind of move to now is that, do we think the actions of Netanyahu are just like abdicated now? Like all responsibility of this dude is just gone now that October 7th happened? Or do we still need to look at this as like, it's not impossible? Plenty. I mean, maybe not tunnel networks as intricate as Hamas, but I mean, Israel controlled everything about Gaza and continued to let it happen. Israel decided not to stop Hamas from taking over when it killed the PLO in the streets. So, and then they continued to essentially treat them like a fucking caged animal. And Gazans had nothing to live for. I mean, the average age is 50% or 48% is fucking under 18. I mean, I don't know. That stat varies wildly, but it doesn't matter. The point is that's still fucking ridiculous. So they have nothing to live for. So radicalization is going to happen easily there. They don't have jobs. They don't have fucking anything to live for. So Netanyahu, for the better part of a decade and a half, absolutely factored in to the radicalization of more people in Gaza. I just... Well, Israel already stepped in, Bogos. Israel already stepped in when they controlled everything about Gaza, didn't they? Or do you think that's just like not controlling it? What do you think that is, man? They controlled the Egyptian border, even through imports and exports. They had no control over their ports. They had no control over the sky, no control over their electricity, no control over the heat, no control over the food, no control over their construction material, no control over the imports. Is that not the very definition of control, Bogos? Yeah, I know. Netanyahu's done quite a big amount of damage to Israel's international image and my country. My country's fucking crazy anti-Semitic now. Ooh, the Moab? I didn't even see this. Who is this guy? Gran, who is this guy? Oh, I see. You gotta kill your enemy before they kill you. I got it. Got it. It's a wonderful argument. I'm gonna get to them first, I gotta say. Nice, Bogos. Gotta get to them first. Telegram? What is this? Is he in like an X chat room or what is this? Does he have like a chat room or something? How does this work? Have a good night, Dennis. Yeah, I just think that Israel has a heightened responsibility to not kill civilians because it's not a standing war with a standing army. It would be as if the whole world felt the same way Lithuanians did when they didn't think they were a part of the Russian government, the Kremlin, but then the whole world just treated them like they were anyway. That doesn't make any sense. Well, I see what you're saying, but in a war like World War II, when you have Germany versus France, man, asking a soldier, okay, when they invaded into Berlin, you know, the road to Berlin, I'm pretty sure the Allies didn't kill that many civilians, but one civilian would be too many in your responsibility right there, right? I already checked it. I'm in his thing, so. What do you want me to do? Give him a password or a Discord thing or something? We don't. They were the Germans, the globalized. That's not very clever. They were the Nazis. We only started demarcating them afterwards. So it's not really that clever. Well, you have to bomb somewhere. Ukraine is bombing Russian manufacturing plants and refineries. They're not bombing citizens, but some citizens may die globalized. Under your argument, your logic there, doesn't matter. Globalized, they were not demarcated. They were all Nazis. You're correct, but if one civilian dies, the logic in your argument is now gone. Because no civilian should ever die, right? In a war. If, like, hypothetically, let's just assume that a citizen did die at this refinery, like just a guy who's working at the refinery, right? Are you going to go up to the Ukrainian command, you know, Zelensky, and be like, hey, what you did is fucking just disgusting. It's essentially like committing a genocide. Because this all or nothing argument you have right now, when you say, I think the responsibility should always be there, is kind of what I'm getting at now, right? Okay, good. So now it's a spectrum, right? Now it's a spectrum, which strives towards that ideal, right? Right? Yeah, but this is a civilian who's working at a refinery deep in Russia, so he's not occupying Ukraine, right? Okay, so there is a spectrum. Now, what I'm trying to tell you is that when people demarcate from insurgency groups and the civilian population or the government from the civilian population in a way that means the like accountability that we would assume in an actual war, like Russia Ukraine. No one says that Ukraine is now somehow accountable for that dead civilian in the refinery, right? Correct? Correct? Exactly. So I don't think Ukraine has like, you know, an accountability for that either, which means that for some reason, we're okay abdicating that responsibility a little because I feel like it'd be imaginary and like unrealistic if we didn't, though, right? You know, ideals are one thing and we should strive towards them, but I don't really know any reasonable person that would say all of a sudden one dead civilian in a refinery in Russia is different. Now, what I am saying is now that we know this is a spectrum, okay? For a group that we feel is demarcated from the civilian population entirely, or at least in such a way that we actually subconsciously and in syntax do that. Okay? If you notice, I didn't say, the dude's name. I said if Ukraine killed a Russian civilian, right? Correct. And that's also another thing. Yeah, the occupying power, for sure. You have a heightened responsibility when you're in a position of more strength and power, 100%. But that's how insurgencies work. Insurgencies operate under a asymmetrical power. So there is a heightened responsibility from Israel to not kill civilians, is what I'm arguing on. It might be. I actually think that might be true. Yeah, but we wouldn't say the Afghani citizens need to be targets, or like we need to treat them with more. We need to have more responsibility when fighting Osama and not the Saudis. The fuck? Saudis. That's the whole point I'm trying to make. Well, they don't seem to be directly targeting civilians, but I'm not really sure we can say that they aren't like indifferent to it. And an army versus an army, though, right, Bogos? Correct? An army versus an army. Right, Bogos? An army versus an army. Correct. Hamas is not a standing army of Palestinians. It doesn't matter how good the army is. I'm asking you. In Japan was centered around. Okay, well, I guess you just disagree with the idea that there needs to be a heightened responsibility to not kill civilians that are not a part of the group that you are in conflict with. I think they're on both. They would be on both. not a very hard moral problem. They can't leave, though. Israel's not letting them in, so not trying too hard, are we? Well, if you actually globalize, if you think about this for a second, most people say what we did in Vietnam is wrong. And I mean, it was, if I'm not mistaken, the North, I guess, had a communist or social revolution earlier, right? And then we decided to try and counter that because we were the world hegemonic capitalist fucking anti-socialism communist thing, right? But if you think about it, most people would say that, yeah, and most people say what the US did in Vietnam is wrong, right? No, it's not. Not in and of itself. What is wrong here is killing people who are not a part of the insurgency, or at least there's no reason to actually think they might be, or are even remotely participating in it, right? The North was the one who invaded the South. But again, do people think what the US did was good when we went into random villages and killed everyone because we thought they might be Viet Cong? People did go to jail for that, man. We tried people in our military for this. It's not like everyone just got away with it. Well, remember, I think we got past the word insurgency here. It's not really about the word insurgency. It's actually kind of an irrational idea if you think about it, right? There is just a imaginary line, I think, where we start to have this formulation of that the people of the area, or like the citizens or the civilians, are not a part of that group. Does that make sense? So it doesn't really matter if it's an insurgency or government, I guess. So like, if we were to invade North Korea right now, killing North Korean civilians randomly, I think would be frowned upon, much less than like if it depends on if they started first, though. North Korea has been a long time to formulate itself as like an actual governing power, but I think you understand what I'm saying, right? Yes, when you are the moral army and not the terrorist organization, Bogos. Do we have two terrorist organizations, or do we have one terrorist organization? Does Israel want to be a terrorist organization? Yeah. But like, it's not like an instant thing, right? Like, there's a reason that no one feels comfortable saying that the Afghani people are just the Taliban. But give it 40 years, 20 years, and I mean, that can obviously change. There's no reason it can't change, right? Because that was a war between two countries and standing armies. Because that was a war between two countries and standing armies. Fucking Christ. Yeah. It's definitely, I can't really say it's like a definitive moment and when this happens globalized. So I think you were kind of prying me on that part, right? Hey, actually, Bogos, your sentence can also mean this. As long as they are a coward who hides behind their own people, then you can have no rules either? Isn't that the same thing? So you can kill with no rules if you give them warnings. Okay, gotcha. Interesting. Lesson in morality here. I mean, Israel definitely had quite a few different methods to probably deal with Hamas much earlier than October 7th. They chose not to. Well, that's not true. We did have rules of engagement with them. Bogos, if Japan was a separate small shogunate, okay, that like wasn't a part of Greater Japan and we still bombed nuclearly Hiroshima, even though it wasn't a part of that shogunate or whatever, would you say that is okay? Or do you think there's like a heightened moral wrong there? Just bombing a city that has nothing to do with the shogunate. Aren't you trying to kill the shogunate? I just told you. Let's just assume for a second that Japan was not Japan and it was actually something like a revolution happened where a small shogunate took over Japan and then Hiroshima was no longer a part of Japan, but it was still ruled by the shogunate, I guess. Do you think it's okay to then drop a nuke on the Hiroshima city? All right. I'm not sure. America committed some atrocities too, right? So every country has. Oh, Bogos, I was going to get to that point, but Hiroshima is not a part of the Japanese terror group, though, at the moment. They're not, that group. Right? Even the civilians who weren't a part of that group? I mean, it was mainly just French. But Man, to think that Hamas actually held an election is just kind of insane, bro. I cannot believe you're running away from what I just said now that hard. Again, I guess Hamas had the fucking election ballots ready as soon as they were cleaning up the blood off the ground from the PLO. You know what I mean? Like, had the election offices up and running. That's awesome, bro. Except in World War II, they were all Japanese. They were all part of Japan. So. You know. I didn't say that. I mean, obviously some people had to have supported Hamas, or else there would be no Hamas. They haven't really run Gaza. So yeah. I don't know how you can run Gaza without control over the heat, the energy, the water, the food, the construction, the air, the ports. I don't know how you could run Gaza if you don't run anything. Because they get killed, Bogos, you fucking moron. What do you think happens? They killed the PLO. They killed Palestinians already. What do you think they would do to you? They're not freedom fighters. No, they're freedom enders. They killed Palestinians. Fuck. Bogos, if I have an election with one election ballot and it's my own and I call it official, that doesn't make it a real election. Like, at all? Hamas kills Palestinians, Bogos.
Working collaboratively and cooperatively with the mayor, we have a large-scale public safety surge. And as part of that public safety surge, we have obviously all your federal components. I think it's 22 agencies in all. And you have your state, your city resources, then of course the National Guard. In Memphis, very much been modeled off of D.C., where we have, or is being modeled off of D.C., we have the full interagency, IRS, ATF, DEA, FBI, and HSI. And then you have that gives you also the state resources.
The blood is on both of their hands.
To the state troopers, state investigatory agencies, then the National Guard. So that's one model. Then in the case of Portland, you have an acute crisis with threats to life and property at the Portland ICE.
Never.
And so that is a reactive deployment. There is a acute ongoing threat to lives and property. And so National Guard was dispatched to protect ICE officers and their property in the conduct of their duties at a federal building. The president has also said that in the immediate future, in Chicago, there's a need for the same. Obviously, you saw, for example, there was 2 vehicle ramming attacks against ICE officers in Chicago. The president has indicated in the future there might be additional resources.
It won't be as funny as this bald guy.
Brought to Chicago. But the most recent order that he signed relates to the ICE mission. I hope that answers your question.
Will the White House abide by the
The reason I asked that, Mr. Miller, is the president is...
Yeah, Grant, those people are fucking retarded, so I don't care.
Floated other cities, perhaps New Orleans. Is that still consideration? And is the administration
Governor,
actively considering others?
Yeah, Governor Landry sent a request, as you know, and so we're working with Governor Landry as we speak to figure out an appropriate next step. I'm not going to sit here and say advance what is next Obviously, in the case, Memphis is a good example, a good model, where the governor reached out to us. He said we've had, in fact, I think Memphis, for many years, had the highest per capita murder rate in the country. He said that
Louisiana, bro. Get your numbers right.
Memphis has been suffering from unimaginable
Pretty sure it's Baton Rouge. But
levels of crime for years. We want your help. We want the full
Really?
Washington, D.C. package.
You press K?
As a side note, we meet
I
every
press my
week
space bar.
with city leaders here in Washington, D.C.
I use my arrows.
And this has proven to be, in their own mind, in their own words, this has proven extraordinary things that anybody has ever seen.
Stephen,
Yes.
Stephen, you said the other day that you want to use legitimate state power to dismantle left-wing terror networks. Which organizations were you talking about, and what kind of state power are you envisioning using?
Man, he is one bald fucking dude.
That's a great question. Thank you.
Fucking, you gotta get like a fucking reflector screen, bro, just to stare at this guy probably right now.
And I'm glad
Even though it's overcast, I bet you probably have like to watch out for eye exposure.
for the opportunity to add a couple more details to that. So, the struggle that's taking place right now is between the lawful exercise of power by the American people through a duly elected government versus the unlawful exercise
Bogos, this is what you sound like right now.
of street violence in the form of domestic terrorism. So, again, the
An official election
clearest example
through an officially elected official doing officially legal things. We are operating under that reality with an official election that gave us the official rights to do officially things.
of this is when you have ICE officers who are carrying out the statutes and laws of the United States to arrest and remove illegal aliens, who are being subjected to violent attacks in the conduct of their duties. That's an example of illegitimate violence.
Yeah. Because we're official.
Illegitimate power in the form of domestic terrorism being used to impede the conduct of their official duties. The answer to that, in a civilized, modern, civilized society, is to use legitimate state power, grand
He really likes the word legitimate right now.
juries,
Is he hitting a fucking bar right now, like a rap verse?
subpoenas,
What's
arrest
happening?
warrants, search warrants, and every other federal power at the disposal of the commander-in-chief to identify and find everybody who is trying to use the real and actual threat of violence to impede the conduct of these federal responsibilities and ensure
Yeah, that's definitely not constitutional.
that they're placed behind bars. I'm not going to give you any advanced information about what these investigations have yielded so far. The Joint Terrorism Task Force has the lead, but they have found that these campaigns, that's not, of course, only against ICE.
Did he the way he talks and the way he like moves, you know, his body language and everything just makes me want to like fucking punch him, you know what I mean? Like he's just so insufferably fucking dumb and such a loser. You know what I mean? Like he's like, whenever I see the movies of like a kid who gets shoved into the locker, and I'm like, that doesn't fucking happen. Right? There's no fucking way. And then somehow I think this guy is just like on a vengeance mission because that was him, you know?
Officers is
Look what we did, bro.
also conversation we're
He's just
having about the assassination of Charlie Kirk, the two attempted assassinations against President Trump, the assassination of the United Healthcare CEO, the attempted assassination of Justice Kavanaugh, which of course had an insane sentence of 8 years. So it's the broader spectrum of political violence, but obviously ICE as an agency has been subjected to a 9-month effort to substitute left-wing violence for the votes of the American people. No federal officer in the conduct of their duties should have to worry about being physically attacked, being physically obstructed, being...
Well, only if they're, you know, acting constitutionally, right? If they're not acting constitutionally, which they aren't, just need someone to prove that, though.
being physically impeded, being doxxed, having a...
I mean, all those things are unconstitutional, but like, it does go both ways.
bounty put on them, and the fact that Democrat politicians are trying to normalize this really...
They're trying to normalize holding people accountable for their unconstitutional actions when our government refuses to do so.
I would be so mad.
Where's all my family?
They're in here. What's your brother? Is he a citizen?
We don't answer questions.
Listen to what he's saying to you.
If you tell me he's a citizen, we'll let him go.
We don't answer questions.
He's trying to help you.
Nita, please, if you...
No, she's doing the correct thing, Bogos. You realize that, right? You realize that, Bogos? Yeah, I know what he's saying. Bogos, you have clearly never spent 2 seconds around a police officer in the United States.
Tell me he's a citizen, we'll let him go.
We don't answer questions. I'm sorry.
He has your phone number, right?
Yeah.
He'll call you.
All right. That's fine.
IQ is...
They could look that up.
universally beneficial, people.
No, she's not. Nothing in there is an answer. It's simply... Okay, Bogos. Do you think this woman is, like, panicking? You think her nerves are calm, or what's going on? What do you think's happening in her head? Bogos, what do you think's going on in her head? Hey, Samurai. You think she's, like, calm, or what do you think? He's not gonna fucking release him based off of what she says. You're a fucking idiot if you think that's true. She's not calm. And the question, does he have your phone number, is something that is less ICE related. And instinctively, you might just answer that question without thinking about it. But the other questions, you might, you know, be panicked and blah, blah. So it's probably like kind of part of the core to accidentally answer that one question. I'm telling Bogos how stupid this video is. Bogos, do you really think this dude's gonna let him go because she simply says he's a citizen? That's not proof of citizenship. What the fuck are you talking about? This is the right thing to do in this scenario.
Seriously, listen to what people are saying to you. I know you think you watched a couple TikToks and you know what to say, but they're trying to help you.
ICE is not trying to help you.
How am I supposed to take it?
You can take it. That's the key. You can take it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Mira, if you tell me he's a citizen, we will
Again.
I'm sorry, we don't answer questions.
This is not something an ICE officer would stop arresting someone over. Her simply saying he's a citizen is not proof of citizenship. I don't know what the fuck you think is happening here, Bogos, but clearly they're trying to get more information. That's it. It's just...
Who do you think did 9/11? So why did
I like the idea of universalism. Because then it means that if you're just like a good person, right, then you probably... I'm sorry, Bogos, is someone saying that that person is a citizen, proof of citizenship? Is that proof of citizenship? Yes or no? Universalism is a biblical idea in some books of the Bible that say, I asked you a simple question, Bogos. Is proof of citizenship something you can figure out by asking someone if this person is a citizen? Universalism is a kind of a rhetorical argument in the Bible for the idea that everyone goes to heaven, no one goes to hell. It's present in some writing in the Bible. I don't know, Bogos, but what I can definitively tell you is that someone saying that they're a citizen does not mean proof of citizenship. It doesn't matter. It's not a proof of citizenship. So why would you even ask that? I highly doubt that. Why is ICE releasing people without checking if they're actual citizens or not, Bogos? Doesn't that make you inept and stupid at your job? Why is this guy even an ICE agent then? If he's just literally releasing people. If someone says he's a citizen, though, do you think that makes you a good ICE officer? That also makes it worse, Bogos. Now it's a more inept ICE officer. It sounds like this guy is inept, if that's what the argument when I go on. Here.
Just listen to me. If you tell me he's a citizen, we'll let your brother go.
God, I would be so mad.
Where's all my family?
They're in here. What's your brother? Is he a citizen?
We don't answer questions.
Listen to what he's saying to you.
If you tell me he's a citizen, we'll let him go.
We don't answer questions.
He's trying to help you.
Nita, please. If you tell me he's a citizen, we'll let him go.
No, I don't. What is that?
Questions. I'm sorry.
God.
He has your phone number, right?
Yeah.
He'll call you.
All right.
Bogos, I'm going to ask you again. Do you think ICE is doing a good job if they just stop detaining and arresting illegals because someone says they're a citizen without proof? Are you fucking kidding me? Why do I give so much why do we spend so much money on them then? No, I don't know. It probably is just for more information irregardless. But there's no proof of citizenship given by her saying that. So I also want to point out, Bogos, that if a cop lets someone go, like an ICE agent lets someone go on this, like literally because a girl said this, that guy is inept. He needs to deport people. ICE is acting incorrectly right now, but imagine 10 years ago before the fascist shit, if an ICE officer was like, well, yeah, I mean, her brother was like, he's a citizen, so I just, whatever. Like, you gotta be fucking kidding me, right? Like, are you fucking kidding me? How is that proof of citizenship? Like, okay, cool. I'm glad we know who to get rid of. Can we get rid of this guy?
IQ is universally beneficial, people.
I agree. IQ would be great because if this is how this ICE officer is acting, again, he's wasting money. He's wasting my time. He needs to be deporting people and checking if they're actual citizens, not asking the sister, are they a citizen? IQ would be fucking great.
People, seriously.
It's already in my definition of fascism. It's like integral to it. Here, I'll just post it for you. It's in my tenets. I think it's integral integral to it. He seems compassionate to you. Logos, if someone's compassionate, that doesn't tell me whether or not they're doing their job properly, right? Her not answering is what she should be doing there, yeah. 100%. I don't know what that officer could use against her. I'm not like gonna sit here and act like I do know. But what I do know is that the officer cannot prove citizenship with her comments. They probably would be, bro. I guess. But my comments aren't gonna help them. Like, how stupid can you be? But yeah, this is definitely part of my my definition of fascism already. It's yeah. I think it's communism and fascism both end up in the same place because of that. Number two, mostly. And thank you. Annihilationism. Logos. All I know is that this guy's not looking to help her. We can both be assured of that, man. Like, you're not really going to sit here and be like, yeah, he's trying to help her. Huh? Are you serious? This guy's trying to help her? Why? Is she a damsel in distress? What the fuck? What is this interaction even? Yeah, cops do that shit all the time, bro. Sounds like you've never talked to a fucking cop in the US. Pure communist or pure communism ends up consolidating private and state. So, but I make a demarcation there because like you can have communism schools of thought in your government, right? But it doesn't have to be pure communism. But when if it's like communism or fascism, as in like a populist movement that overtakes the state, the Leninist one, like you said, the Maoist one or something. Council communists don't really take over the whole government, so they're like partitioned into small compartmentalized parts of the government, right? But if the government ever becomes a populist communist apparatus, then it essentially just becomes authoritarian, just the same way fascism does. And someone has to do that restructuring. That's the problem. You have to break something to do that. At least communism, when it's born out of a liberal democracy, is more of what I'm talking about. But Logos, I usually am willing to give you some credence here, okay? But like, no, not today, buddy. I think Christians who disagree with universalism do so because of post-biblical tradition. It's also more appealing and a little more... No, I just really think it's because of post-biblical tradition, which one's dominated more afterwards. I think the provocative parts of the Bible, the verses that tend to talk about annihilationism, are more appealing in the post-biblical sense than like the universal ones, which are less common. I think the Bible talks less about universalism, right? So Yeah. I mean, I think anarchy is a verb, right? I know it's like a whole political doctrine shit, but to me, anarchy is more of like a verb. It's like an act. It's like driving a car fast, and then it's gotta end at some point. Like, it doesn't make sense to me to be like a fully fledged fucking noun. I don't know how people do think it is, but I always found it funny. I think I'm just gonna pull this up more. Just talk. There we go. I don't think they would, because doesn't Paul write about this slightly? And the idea of forgiveness, if I'm not mistaken, was given once Jesus died, right? As in all are forgiven no matter what. I think you can interpret it that way, right? Let's see. Let's see here. Where am I thinking? Absence of authority over man. So it's more of a philosophical idea then, right? Less than a political one. I mean, Rosa Luxemburg, right? Famous Marxist, wrote that true Marxism was the eternal revolution against the state as an individual, hyper radical individualism, right? So yeah, I was gonna say it's more of a philosophical thing, like you just mentioned. Romans, yeah. I was gonna say Paul writes about it in Romans, and Paul writes about it in a few other things, so friends, well, something I want to point out, I want to attack that philosophical framework. When I read The Society of Free People, The Society of Friends, I mean, friends are conditional relationships. Is there are friendships that you have in your life right now, are those equal? Or are they a compromise? Are they conditional? And are they equal in the sense of what this extremely graphic definition tries to portray it as? Just how unrealistic would that be? The truth is that unequal friendships are reality, and so is society. And to try and treat it as in like that is something that's attainable, I think is just a rejection of like reality. Yeah, it's a utopian one, yeah. Okay. So strive towards. A lot of Christians I know actually adopt universalism. So I mean, it's convenient. It's somewhat convenient for post-biblical traditional exploration, right? Oops. Philippines. And who is the one who decides to do that? Who is the one who gets the authority to do that? Is it a group effort? And then you choose someone? The judgment? I mean, are you using Revelation there? The concept of hell in and of itself is post-biblical. Hell is never mentioned in the Old Testament, and it's mentioned slightly in the New Testament. And to know real detail, right? So when people think of hell and how like it's a hot place for burning, like your fantastical ideas of what hell is definitely post-biblical. So people vote and choose someone to kick them out, right? Who's going to essentially facilitate the voting? You choose someone for that? Evangelism is further down the road post-biblical, so I don't really care if it does. Evangelism is kind of a joke, in my opinion. Also, I don't think it does. Or do you mean like in the Bible when you're supposed to spread the word of like God's word, the good word? Okay. I don't think universalism does. I think spreading evangelism that God has saved you will give you a greater meaning in life to be happier, right? So spreading the word means that you are saved. If you spread the idea that everyone is saved, then everyone is going to be happier. I don't know how that undermines the idea of evangelism. In fact, I think it propels the idea. Well, funny quote, but answer my question. When you vote to kick someone out, do you vote someone else to be the authority on this to facilitate the election, or how's it work? Except sin happened up until the moment that Jesus came, right? He's the Messiah. He saved everyone. We're still in sin, right? Until the moment that we do go to heaven, but universalism doesn't get undermined by that. Yeah, but someone has to facilitate the election, even in this small scenario. But don't worry, I'm going to make it more complicated in just a second, okay? It may seem a little annoying right now, but I will make it more complicated. Don't you worry. Oh, people can just raise their hand, yeah, but you have to have someone who is going to count. You have to have someone who's going to pick a day. You have to have someone who's going to enforce. You have to have someone who's going to... What if he doesn't want to leave? And some people don't want to fight him. Some people do. What do you do? Oops. I would like to think that if God was real, they would act in a universalist way. Because it would give me some sanction, some positive feeling of justice to know that some people who use the name of God in the wrong way didn't get into heaven. Sounds awful. But I mean, if that didn't happen, I'd be like, wow, okay, the subjective truth and good thing just sounds kind of shitty. Okay. Now, Nature, I'm going to ask you another question. How would you do this on a scale 150 times larger, or 100 times, or 10? My problem with radical individualism what if the chocolate factory is part of multiple chocolate factory ownership? What if you have like 5 chocolate factories in one city, but they're all, you know, obviously the same co-op? Who gets to... So it doesn't scale very well, does it? I mean, in a way, this is radical individualism. This is Rosa Luxemburg. The Marxism is the eternal revolution against the state, and you are in a perpetual revolution, which is radically individualist. Yeah, each person gets a vote, and no one gets to have an authority. Everyone is a radical individual in this circumstance. Correct? There's no authority. Everyone is an authority then. That is, in my opinion, the definition of radical individualism. Okay, so my next question, okay, is a chocolate factory, okay? We're presupposing a lot there already. No, but it could be a bad thing. A chocolate factory. Let's say, how do you think this chocolate factory comes to fruition in an environment where radical individualism such as this is present? Who builds it? And then when it's done being built, the person who put the most effort into building it and put the most into, okay, the chocolate factory per se. Let's say they spent their entire life learning chocolate making, right? But when they start to work at the chocolate factory, like everyone else, they get voted out because, I don't know. It doesn't matter. The point is that they can. Maybe they aren't liked. People just used them or used him or her to make the factory because they knew that they knew how to make chocolate. I don't know. Chocolate's a booming business. What is the incentive to put more effort or join a co-op? You don't think people would vote out people randomly or based on people instinct shit? People can suck, man. They're not perfect. Okay. But like, if you were someone who could make a chocolate factory or like had the knowledge to make chocolate well, would you join a co-op of other people knowing that what you make and what you contribute could just be removed on the whims of other people? I mean, I'm not in the business of too much conjecture, but I think you're you are underestimating people. What if you weren't a dickhead and you still got voted out? I know it's a utopia. That's why I'm critiquing it. This is why I don't think this idea works. I think mixed economies are the best. And history has kind of proven that. But, I mean, there are ideas in the Marxist school of thought that are good. They don't scale well, though. That's kind of a problem here. No, it's okay. I'm just critiquing what you're writing. I mean, the theory and practice thing works for everything, though. Free market capitalism would be fucking great if it also worked. Don't ever let some fucking capitalist tell you that. Communism's great in theory, hard in practice. Like, okay, speak for yourself, bud. Have you ever seen free market capitalism? It looks like child labor and fucking, 2-year-olds with their fucking digits cut off. Like, shut the fuck up. I'm not sure if that should be worked towards, though. It doesn't sound very good. To me, it doesn't sound very good. It sounds like a free rider problem incarnate. Because the truth is not every position is the same. And authority is necessary to execute not just a business, but a government. Without authority, you are, again, not going to have anything good. Like, that sounds nice, but like, what happens when there's no authority to try and combat an invasion? Except it's not a utopia, actually. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's like a facade of one. Authority is good. In the same way that having some authority over your child is good. It's not a good thing to be radically individualistic always. And it wouldn't be a utopia, because then we'd have a free rider problem of no one wanting to actually create a workplace democracy. Why would you put in your skills to maybe have it taken away from you for no other reason than direct democracy. That's not a utopia. The problem with like capitalism today is that we have companies that don't operate under capitalism. They essentially have non-competitive markets. So they just are massive planned economies. I don't think it's striving towards utopia either. I think I was hitting on the word utopia there to try and say and show that it's a facade. That has happened. I don't think that's the same thing as like someone who's willing to lose their skills, right? A product versus like a restaurant. You know, you spend 20 years learning how to cook a steak, and then don't be surprised when no one wants to make a steakhouse because people think it would be easy, and then they vote you out. So why would you work with anyone else? What you would do is you end up making your own steakhouse with no one. So we'd have massively big problems of scale because no one would want to share their skill set with anyone else. It'd end up being an extremely cutthroat type of workplace environment. You don't want to teach anyone anything. You don't want to do any of that. Why would I show someone how to do the job that I'm doing? You're going to start protecting yourself in every way possible. It's not a utopia. I think I'm going to end. I've been streaming for like 4 hours, 30 minutes. Exchange barter system has never been a thing. Debt is how even a communist system would work. So, I mean, if you think like egalitarian, then you'd still have problems of scale. That's kind of the big problem. Sorry, Samurai. I think I forgot to answer your last question. Which one was it? I really do hope God understands why those arguments exist. Because to me, as a Christian, I wouldn't want to ignore that's just irresponsible for me to do so, especially trying to study philosophy. You understand my view? Absolutely, I do, Samurai. 100%. Even if I didn't respond to it. You always have morally good takes. You know that, Samurai? I can't take a nap. I just have to get ready. Unfortunately. But thank you all for showing up. New people included. I stream every day because I have no life. Well, working towards stuff in exchange is barter, right? If it's not exchanging stuff, it would be debt. So you would sow the land to have housing, thereby you're in debt, right? So if it's not exchanging, bartering, then it's going to be debt, which is how humanity did operate, was off of debt, and then back in the archaic cultures as well as all the way up until recently. It was based on debt. No, their wage labor was debt. They would never get paid in some barter system. It was debt. You'd work the fields and then you'd have a place to stay and you would be in debt. It's not, no, exchanging, there's an exchange value, like Marx would, in Das Kapital would, you know, he theorized about the wage exchange value, right? Or like the exchange value of something. And Marx actually gets this wrong too, because he took that from Adam Smith in Wealth of Nations, and Adam Smith just made that the fuck up. So No, you wrote it down. This is a common thing. A lot of people think that we did have an exchange going on, as in we had currency and exchanges and other things, but no, the world operated off of debt beforehand. If you want a good book on this, Debt by David Graeber is a great book on this. It's pretty long though. Okay. Here. This is, yeah, and it's wrong. Marx got that from Adam Smith, and Adam Smith made it the fuck up. Now, what Marx does with his mathematics, which is just like basic algebra, is not wrong. But the idea of an exchange commodity value is wrong. Humans never did that. We never did exchange and barter. Ever. A Scottish philosopher and economist named Adam Smith made it the fuck up, guys. Okay? It's actually fucking hilarious. Do I have this book? It is theory, yeah. But nowhere in reality does it take place. So if it doesn't take place in reality, you know, when Marx writes about the bushels of corn being worth the exchange value of, like, you know, apples or something. I think it's apples. I can't remember. Just know that that's not a reality either. What is he writing Das Kapital again? It's fucking... He takes like bushels of corn and puts it against the... Oh man. I don't want to go grab it really fast. Well, we should care about the real life aspect in this conversation, right? Definitely. Where the fuck did I put Das Kapital, bro? Fuck. I don't even fucking know anymore. Somewhere. You know, this is so unorganized. That's not a proof. Labor theories of value are fucking made up. They are also made up. He puts bushels of corn against something else. Oh, I need to go to ChatGPT to... Oh my god. The exchange value, he does corn to something else. What the fuck was it again? To iron, that's what it was. Well, Marx's every labor theory, every theory of value, okay, every theory of value looks obvious because it is a manifestation of what that economist is trying to make value. Just in the same way, though, that, like, you know, a dollar bill has an obvious value to it. Just know it ain't got any inherent value. It is just a fucking piece of paper after all. Right? So, like, you know, the 1810 or 1790 fucking naturalist fucking economist thought that value came out of the soil, right? There's so many different types of fucking values. There's marginal productivity, you know, which is also bullshit. Physical value that is made the fuck up, yeah. Which he tries to, you know, approximate using market manifestations, though. Correct? He uses the market price of corn to understand that. That's why it says literally in that passage that there's no inherent value to corn. If I'm not mistaken, right? Doesn't it say that right here? Where is it? Marx generally gets it from his labor. Yeah, Marx derives it from labor. But I should just go grab my book real fast. Give me 1 sec. All right. Where are you, buddy? We have to be. Pretty sure it should be in chapter 2. Or yeah. Or chapter 2. Yeah. Exchange. I mean, we don't need his labor theory of value for that. Don't we? I'm pretty sure all you need is surplus value and the extortion rate. The rate of extortion, right? We don't need a labor theory of value for that. I mean, I guess the underlying formal principle defines the mathematical expression that surplus value is extracted from the worker through his labor, right? I am anti-AI. It's in chapter 2, right? God, this book is so fucking long. Yeah. So I mean, I see what you're saying. That's why I backtracked a little. To be fair, every theory of value though, right, gets fucking pegged or like anchored to something that is not real. So like when he tries to define it through labor, there's nothing inherent about that either, which is my main gripe with it. So like he says value is realized human labor, right? So that's what I was missing. I couldn't remember what he fucking says. It's like realizing common stock, you know? The value in it is not. It may manifest itself within like a material, real thing, right? As in like, I have a yacht now. But at the end of the day, is it like objectively true to say that like because a capitalist has more cash, that value is now objectively true? Not really. He says human labor realizes value. And that... Can you stop fucking moving? This This is from Money, though. God, he fucking writes so much, bro. Dude, fuck you, Marx. You and his fucking Latin on like fucking every page. Fucking italics, dude. Such a fucking Hegelian. The physical value, yeah, which is tied to being realized by the labor. This is a Ricardian take. David Ricardo says the same thing. It's tied to the land. That's why he's a classist. I mean, such a fucking struggle. The italics, bro, kill me. That's why I can't read Hegel. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's tied to something that's not real. That's the whole point. For instance, let's just take this into the modern world. How does value get made off of complex financial apparatus investments? Where's the labor in that? The time it takes to write the code? The time it takes to write the regulation that allows it to happen, or? I can assure you it's not pegged to anything physical. Right? If that were true, then Tesla would not be worth fucking jack shit right now. So just know that if it was tied to something physical and it was realized through labor always, then as in if Marx's theory of value, which is tied to the physicality of realizing something through labor or the labor it takes to get to that, where is the labor in like the financial apparatus? The physical value that was realized through the labor is in the market. You think there's not some other driving force that does something? There is something else that drives value. Has nothing to do with labor. Financial investment apparatus, as in like how we invest money, which then goes on to make more money. So Tesla, for instance. Tesla is, if you want to go off what it should be valued, probably nothing. I don't think the physical value that was realized through labor is present in the market. Nope. I think something else is there. Doesn't matter. Doesn't have to be stocks. This works for a lot of things. Just on the scale of the S&P 500, it's very apparent. Can you think of what it might be? Okay, well, it hasn't been realized yet. So, again, what I was asking is that, like, Marx's labor theory of value doesn't really work in the contemporary age of investment and financial investing whatsoever. And then if that were the case, it wouldn't really make sense then, because we do get value out of it. Yes, yeah. He did despise finance. He thought the LLC was going to be a very big mistake. He did predict the LLC's capability, though. That is for sure. The limited liability company, so. I mean, he was influenced by Judaism and then Christianity, but he was an atheist, yeah. His parents were Jewish and then became Christian. I'm not sure when he lost his religious underpinning, though. I don't think he ever lived in a very religious household, though, but he did lose like 5 children in London to tuberculosis, or 4. I don't know. The number's insane, so I don't know. All right, guys. Well, I do have to go. I'm sorry. Next time. Thank you for watching, guys. I hope you all have a wonderful night. And I'll be on. I might take a break tomorrow. I don't know. Depends how I'm feeling. But thank you all for watching. God bless you, Samurai, if you're still in here. I forgot to say it to you earlier. And thank you for watching. Have a good night, guys. Good conversation, my friend. Next time, let's talk.